All right. Those wishing will now do the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I now call to order the City Council regular meeting in City Hall Council Chambers, 389 Spruce Street, Morgantown, West Virginia, 26505 on Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 7 p.m. If the clerk would please take roll.
Yes. Bill Koecki?
Here.
Reezy Michael?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Here.
Danielle Trumbull?
Here.
Dave Harshbarger?
Here.
Brian Butcher?
Here.
Mayor Abu Ghanem?
Present. Thank you. And now we have the approval of the minutes. Is there any changes?
I would like to amend the July 30th Committee of the Whole meeting minutes to show item E had a roll call vote as requested by Councilor Butcher.
I had just sent a minor adjustment on the time we dismissed was Wednesday morning at 12:05, not PM.
Early day or late
Thank you.
night? All right. No motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay. Minutes are approved. Next, we have correspondence. First, we have an IT presentation from our IT manager, Mr. Tim help me out. Provoroznik. All right.
I didn't bring a presentation, but I do have some information of what we're doing. Recently, we hired our third IT staff here at the City of Morgantown, so we're fully staffed at 3 full-time IT persons. We also have 2 interns, one through the West Virginia Junior College and another kind of work-study person that's shadowing us right now. Some of the major projects that we've been working on, the downtown camera project along with the police department, fire department. We have placed 72 cameras in the downtown and the Wharf District. We have 10 more to be installed, which will be covering Wall Street and Walnut Street. And a couple other hotspots have been designated by the police and fire marshals. We've been working with the police department to install mobile data terminals, laptops, and cruisers, along with 15 license plate reader systems, camera systems, in their vehicles to help them with their crime patrol and everything. We're starting a copier replacement for 7 of our different locations throughout the city. Some here at City Hall, some at 430, fire departments, such. One of the main things we're working on is our cybersecurity software and training, trying to get everybody up to speed what cybersecurity is, how to recognize it and all that. So everybody that gets those emails and does them, thank you. If you're not, please do. It's very important. It'll help you in not just here, but in your real life too. And the last major project we're working on is our council chambers and conference room audiovisual installation and equipment installation and improvements. So certain things, several things going on. So anything you all need from us, please let us know. We'll do what we can as quick as we can.
All right. Any questions?
Just to clarify, you said 72 cameras have already been installed and
Correct.
10 more are to come?
Correct.
Okay, we made good progress on that. It was 30 something for a while.
Yeah. Tonight is the first night of we have a AV cart that we built and put downstairs. Christian and Josh, our other 2 folks, did that this week. So it should be now showing the council meeting. And that would, of course, be available for, movement around the city in different areas if need be, but we're looking at running that like a slideshow type presentation on it of different events, different things as the departments would like to show out. So
Thank you for having that available downstairs.
Which then reminds me, and I don't mean to interrupt, please make sure that when you're in here, you are in a seat and not standing in the aisle. We have seats available there or out there due to fire code. Thank you for all that hard work.
sure, thank you.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to thank you for working on this, because I know that when we contemplated making all the improvements, that the audiovisual component was cited as something that was important. So we appreciate all the work that you've done to get the cart down there and get things started. And so anything over the next several months that can be done to improve what has been difficult over the years to make better, that's wonderful and is much appreciated from you and your team.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have a proclamation for our Transgender History Month. Ash Orr, you here?
I saw Ash.
She was.
I will try to speak up. Transgender Awareness Month is a time to celebrate and elevate the voices and experiences of the transgender and gender nonconforming community through education, advocacy, and history. And whereas Morgantown works to honor the rich history and contributions of transgender history makers, pioneers, trailblazers, and affirms the ongoing presence of transgender people in Morgantown, West Virginia, and around the world. Whereas the efforts are more important than ever as we see our community growing up in a world where equality for all is not yet guaranteed, where transgender students are targeted for mistreatment, where transgender workers routinely face discrimination, and where transgender people, mostly women of color, are harmed due to anti-transgender violence. And whereas over 1.6 million adults ages 18 and older and youth ages 13 to 17 identify as transgender in the United States, with an estimated 68,000 people who identify as transgender living in West Virginia. And whereas transgender people have existed across cultures throughout history, transgender people are our friends, family, neighbors, and coworkers, deserving of dignity, respect, and the opportunity to thrive. And whereas research shows that transgender youth whose families support their gender identity have a 52% decrease in suicidal thoughts, a 48% decrease in suicidal attempts, and significant increase in self-esteem and general health. And whereas we must continue to raise awareness about our gender expansive community, learn about what it means to be transgender while stopping harmful stereotypes, and educate ourselves on identity, language, and other issues facing transgender people, whether to support a transgender person in our lives or to help change the world to be better for transgender people overall. Now, therefore, I, Joe Abugana, Mayor of the City of Morgantown, West Virginia, do hereby proclaim August as Transgender History Month in the City of Morgantown, and encourage every community member to continue learning and understanding of the lived experience of the transgender community and to honor the identities and contributions of transgender individuals. Yeah, please.
Hello, I know you all know me. Ashore, Vive. I just wanted to thank you all for issuing this proclamation. As it's been stated, it's very important that we continue to acknowledge our community and that we continue to shed a light on the inequalities that our community, other marginalized communities face. And I hope that you all remember that as we go throughout this meeting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then do I have any additional
John Dower, the Executive Director of West Virginia First Foundation for Region 4, and Mark Phillips with the CEO of Catholic Charities, regarding the following agencies with how many total beds are available and what is available in our city and Mon County. And also the numbers, he said, can be verified at wvarr.org, State Recovery Housing Certification Body. He just wanted to give me an update of the number of bed that are available, or facilities. The recovery bed counts, he had Abundant Life, 30, 15 male, 10 female, and 5 unisex. West Virginia Sober Living, 42, with 32 males, 10 female, and beds, there'll be added beds to come within the Mon City settlement funding. And treatment bed counts was Wise Path with 30, serving both men and women, and there are going to be 50 additional beds to open on 4H Camp Road in Q4 in 2024, 12 detox and residential. West Virginia Center for Hope and Healing has 42, 20 male, 10 female, 12 detox. 12 beds are for substance medically managed withdrawal residential care, and 30 beds are for residential care up to 28 days. And Aspire with 26 with the 2 overflow in H3. And Lawrence Wish, which is an addiction triage center, will have 26 available. And then Mark Phillips informed me that they will be open September 1st, 2024. And the Catholic Charities Triage Center will be providing 30 beds for our triage center with the potential to get to 40. And I just wanted to share that, those emails with you and the correspondence. And that, I did the numbers and it came to a total of 278 beds.
Just for clarification, those are total beds, not empty beds?
I asked him about that, and he said those numbers change daily, so he couldn't give me an estimated.
Okay.
And also, just so you know, like Rainbow House and others, they weren't included. These were separate correspondence. So,
All right.
thank you.
All right. Now we open our public hearings. All right. Now we open our public hearing for an ordinance amending the fiscal year.
I believe we were going to have our communications director also briefly introduce during correspondence.
Oh, well then, I am going to take that gavel away. And I'm going to bring up our communications director.
Brad Rippey.
Sorry, that wasn't on.
Kim, do you
That's great. I was going to bring him up under my update, but this is perfect.
Okay.
He's fun.
Welcome.
Yes, come on up.
We communicate very well.
As you can see, the importance of your job.
I can see that, and my name is Brad Riffey. I'm excited to be here today. This is the second day on the job as the new Public Relations and Communications Director for the City of Morgantown. It's an honor to serve our people. It's an honor to serve you, and I hope the community looks at my position and myself as a resource that you can lean on and utilize. My goal is to represent the city to the best of my abilities, so look forward to it, and I thank you very much for your support.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome here.
To give you a brief history, for the last 8 years, I've served the communities of Harrison and Doddridge counties, served them well, so I hope to bring my skill set to Morgantown and do the same. I moved to West Virginia nearly 15 years ago. I have family in the state, and I believe it's a place that's worth fighting for. I believe our people are worth fighting for. So West Virginia is near and dear to my heart, and so is the city of Morgantown. I look forward to sharing those stories with you as we get to know each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Not
Thank you.
yet. I'm sure you'll have questions for us soon, but.
We'll let
Sure
you get
do.
settled in a little before we start with the
Wonderful.
questions.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it again, and looking forward to many years and just building relationships with everyone here in the city of Morgantown. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Man, all the new director hires are getting applause. All right. They're doing well. All right, next we have, this is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 24-25 in our annual budget of the city of Morgantown. As an unshown in the revised budget attached here too and made part of the ordinance, the same applies to the general fund. If you are wishing to speak on this item and this item only, public hearing is open now. And I'm going to close that. And then I'm going to ask, is it possible to turn the TV down? Because I can hear myself and I don't like my sound of my own voice.
Can we shut the door?
Yeah.
Although I just said that out loud, so I'm sure that.
Can you do something about the air conditioning? It's freezing in here.
All right. Unfinished business, the consideration of approval or the second reading of an ordinance amending the fiscal year annual budget 2024-2025. The city of Morgantown has shown the revised budget attached here too and made part of this ordinance. The same applies to the general fund. We had our first reading on 7/16/2024.
Move to approve.
Would you like to give us, I think you gave us the update last time, you got the round of applause.
I can give you the same, if that's what you need.
As long as you match the flare.
I'll try.
All right.
Good evening, John Ferguson, Finance Director for the City of Morgantown. And what you have in front of you, that's for the first budget revision for the fiscal year 2025. If you want, we can go through every single line item, or I can just give you the very brief overview.
That one.
Very brief overview, got it. So what we are talking about is a budget revision to bring our carryover from last year that wasn't spent into this year's fiscal budget. Okay, we're talking about approximately $1.4 million, $1,359,000. There are a lot of different categories where that's being allocated because that is.
Emily.
Oh, sorry.
Joe moved the microphone. He's going to be real mad in the back.
Did I do something wrong?
No, you didn't, I did.
Sorry.
You're waiting for it to fly?
All right, so there's a lot of different categories. It's basically where the money was left unspent from last year, which we are rolling into this year. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have. I know that someone was asking about the official paper that actually goes to the state after it's approved. On the first page, yes, the total didn't exactly match. That's because that total is the grand total. If you turn the page over, the rest of it was on the back. I forget exactly who Christine said that was for, but...
There you go.
Yes, yep. So when you're looking at the form, turn the form over. I mean, that's nothing that's not our internal form. That's actually a state form, so that was required of us to do that. But yes, that was the answer to that
I
question.
just needed to be reassured that we were doing things
Yes, sir.
correctly.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Great job again.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
You made a motion?
Oh, yeah. Move to approve.
Second.
Do we need discussion? Good? All right. Clerk, please.
Yes. Bill Koecki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes?
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Abu Ghanem?
Yes, passes 7-0. Boards and commissions? I don't believe we have. No? All right. Next, we are on to our public portion, which will be subject to the rules established by council and adopted by resolution. I'd also like to take this moment to remind everybody that at no point should you single out any single member of council and to speak to us as a group as a whole. Foul language will not be acceptable. Also, let me remind everyone that to ensure the continued process, please do not applaud or snap fingers to disrupt our governing process in between each presentation. It could also be seen as intimidation for those that are wishing to speak. And with that, if I may have the sign-in sheet. All right, I now open this public portion. First, we have Todd Stainbrook. Actually, do you have the clock?
I do.
All right. I guess I will also remind everyone you get 4 minutes to address council.
Hopefully I will not take that long. Todd Stainbrook, 1035 Bakers Ridge Road. I just wanted to point out what I've heard for a while sitting in the city council meetings and what I've been seeing on social media. There seems to be a lot of false narrative when it comes to the criminalization of the homelessness. When the ordinance was made public, I read it, and it seems to help those who need service. No one should be living the way that a lot of these folks are. If you feel that it's humane to go to a campsite, you might want to visit and rethink it. What the ordinance actually reads is, no citation shall be issued, nor any criminal penalty imposed under this section unless a person in violation of this article has been offered alternative shelter and refused the offer. For purposes of this subsection, an offer of shelter means identification on or behalf of the city of an alternative location where the person may shelter overnight, including but not limited to a place in an emergency shelter or any alternate indoor or outdoor location where the person may sleep overnight. If any person who may otherwise be subject to a fine or imprisonment under this section shall, upon notification to the municipal court that the person is in need of treatment for substance abuse or mental health, be entitled to an alternative sentence as described in the subsection. Defendants exercising this alternative sentence option shall not waive any protections otherwise afforded to them by law, and shall not be subject to a fine or imprisonment, as a section for the alleged violation of this article at issue, provided that they complete all aspects of any sentence imposed upon them. The city, acting through the city manager, will retain a third party experienced in the treatment of mental health and substance abuse issues to develop and manage the alternative sentencing established by the subsection no later than the effective date of this article. The alternative sentencing program developed by the third party will include required assistance with an individual's needs related to the substance abuse, mental health, or both, as appropriate, and sentencing under the program will include a program of required activities or treatments, as well as provisions for instances where a participant fails to meet the program requirements and is returned to municipal court for sentencing under those penalty provisions of this article. So it seems we're giving them a heck of a chance to do something with their life versus sleeping on the street. But I'd like to take this time to thank those on City Council for the consideration of the ordinance. The City of Morgantown will become a safer place for its residents and maybe entice more people downtown. It's time to grow and prosper again. Thank you again.
If I could remind everyone to please refrain from applauding between each presentation. Next, we have Andrew Leone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Leone. I'm fairly new to Morgantown. I spent time in school from 2010 to 2012 and moved back to New Jersey, and then I had the pleasure to get a work-from-home job, and I was able to choose any state, and first state was West Virginia. And I love Morgantown. I love everything about it. It's just, there's been so many changes that I've noticed from when I was originally here to when I've come back. And I just don't want to see the town go any farther in the opposite direction. The first day I came here, I pulled into a business. I saw people smoking tinfoil. That's not what you want to see, and that's not enticing people to come downtown. I've only been downtown once or twice with my family. It's just not something that I expected to see, and it's something that I wanted to speak about. And I'm sure everyone's aware. Everyone lives in Morgantown here, I'm assuming, so it's a pretty well-known and obvious problem, but it wasn't something that was as obvious in 2010 to 2012. And I just hope it starts moving in the opposite direction and for the betterment of this town and the state. And I love being here, and I love this town. I'm going to stay here, eventually buy home. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Gourdet.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank a certain council member for having the courage and the forethought to bring this encampment ban towards City Council and have it put on the agenda for discussion and hopefully for approval. I sat here the last council meeting and I almost bit my tongue off trying to hold back not coming up and speaking because of this character assassination of a certain council member. I have known this council member for over 35 years. She and I have went to high school together, and she was portrayed as not caring, having it out for the homeless. Well, I'm here to tell you she's a very caring and compassionate person. Like I said, I've known her for 35 years plus, and there's no doubt in my mind that she does care about the homeless. That's why the ordinance does have this revision in it about giving them the opportunity to get help, to go to a shelter, and to get treatment for their addiction. Thank you.
Annie Cronin York.
Apparently I disappointed some at the last meeting because I did not speak on behalf of the Human Rights Commission regarding this ordinance. I have spoken to them and polled my members, all 2 of them, and we have a response. And the bottom line is it's a cart before the horse here. There are so many things that need to be put in place, like an ID system, so you know who you're talking to and who's getting a second offense, who's getting a third offense. I think most people are not going to carry their driver's license with them because they don't have one. And so documenting who's getting a first, second, or third offense will be a bit tricky. I understand there's a plan in the works to get IDs ready, but no information on how much it's going to cost or when it's going to happen. I've read far too much on this the last couple of weeks. This is not a city problem. It's not a state problem. It's not a national problem. It is a global problem. Any place on the planet you go, this problem exists. One of the articles I read said it's not the city's job to take care of homelessness, to fix it. It's the city's job to work with HUD and get affordable housing. And we haven't done much on that lately that I've seen. They're working on it. And the numbers I've heard is that there are 120 homeless people in Morgantown, that Bartlett House at some point will have 53 beds. And a lot of the other beds referred to for rehab and the like are already allocated by the court for abuse and neglect proceedings, which take precedence over all, and for people who are in diversion programs through the circuit court who get precedence over this as well. And so to show up at 4 o'clock in the morning with somebody or midnight, if they don't have insurance, they're not going to get in. And there are some beds that are for non-insured people, and a lot of beds that just have too many conditions on them that they can't be counted as a sure thing. And I'm not certain what the emergency triage service is to be. Somebody said the original emergency shelter. I would hope not, as it has a hole in the roof, and that would be a bad idea. It's ready to be condemned, last I heard. West Run is for transitional housing and is funded differently by HUD than regular homeless shelters, so to bring people out to West Run. the door probably will not open for them. It's also not reasonable to assume that all 120 homeless people are drug addicts. Certainly a proportion of them are. And diversion treatment is fantastic. But with this statute, we're putting the municipal court judge, Mr. Higgins, in place of being a mental hygiene commissioner. They are specialized with specialized training that I don't think Steve's had to do. I could be wrong. He's a great guy. He is already overloaded with the court that he has. But to put in here for him to do what is essentially a mental hygiene hearing, we put somebody in a diversion program, and then have a person who oversees this to track their progress and compliance. That person is acting as a parole officer. So still, we're making this a criminal thing. It's only a misdemeanor, but still. And you say they have to, they refuse service, they get amped up and bad things happen to them. But define refusal of service. If the only bed they're offered is that Rainbow House and they're homophobic and refuse to go, I've gotten several phone calls about that. Nope, I'm not going there. Well, then, I guess you will be sleeping in your car again tonight, because that's all I have to offer you. But there will be cases like that, where people refuse the option they're given because it is contrary to their personal predilections, beliefs. So, I'm not opposed to something being done here. I think something needs to be done. And I'm glad to see that so much work has been done on it and so many changes made. But I think we have far to go, and I'm not sure what the rush is. I would rather see this, the person hired and in place to have the services ready and be certain which beds we can use and which beds we can't. And that's going to take probably a few months to put together. Same thing with the ID cards. So if we could get a better handle on that, the Human Rights Commission would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Heidi O'Toole. Is that right?
Yes. Thank you. I'm gonna read some of this off of paper because I'm very emotional about why I'm standing up here this evening. I too have become very concerned over this ordinance with the homeless and what's going on here in downtown. I guess maybe perhaps I've become more disheartened and disturbed from the loss of civility and integrity and even awareness of our democratic process. Right? Of course, I'm relating all this to this now very controversial and volatile issue that's happening and how we're addressing our homeless population. I feel like I should turn around and talk to you all rather than to you all, and talk. I hope the press.
I ask that you address council.
Okay. The reason is that you people are public officials. You're elected officials, right? That's what this council stands for. That's part of this democracy that I see we've lost sight of. You're public servants. You don't govern. You're here to represent and be proxies for your constituents, and you vote accordingly. They do not govern. They are public servants. And again, each and every one of you have got to, you express your constituents, express your concerns, and then your role is to listen to them, draft policy or ordinances if possible, if necessary, vote in the manner in with which the majority of your constituents ask you to vote. Okay? Again, another keystone of democracy is the spirit of rotation, so we do have new faces and places, so there does not happen to be an imbalance. Also, principles before personalities. And yet, as a result of this ordinance, and there has been a council person who had the courage to introduce what her constituents asked at their request. She has now since been a target of disdain, vile slander. She's even received threats for her just for her courageous decision to be responsible as a public servant. This council person is no stranger to threats, controversy. She's championed the rights of and advocated for many marginalized populations all throughout her life. She herself came from a marginalized population. The epitome of the hypocrisy is she is part of a marginalized community and look, I'm not here to defend her. I really am here just to share the truth about who this person is, because it's been lost and unfortunately being targeted for what she's chosen to do representing her constituents. She's the opposite of what she's been profiled to do and what she's been accused of. She grew up below the poverty line. With her family, she experienced housing instability all throughout her developmental years, having to live in 3 different states. She was blessed as an athlete, which gave her an opportunity to go to school, and yet it took her several years to finish school because she had to continue to keep working. But she took her life experience to help others and not look down on herself, and believe that she could take her experience and offer it to those who now have the same life experience. She opened up a community bar several years ago to support a marginalized population who had no safe place to go or socialize, and with which she almost lost her life for. She was brutalized in the parking lot because she opened up that kind of bar in our community. Brutally beaten. She champions and advocates for all marginalized people. She is passionate about it. Drug and alcohol community, homelessness community, and guess what? She herself has even experienced intermittent homelessness throughout her life. So, you have targeted and vilely slandered the one person on this council who can relate to you more than all these other council members combined. And yes, this is a democracy and we can freely express ourselves, and so I honor the fact that I'm able to stand up here as well. But again, I've just been so disheartened by the hypocrisy of these accusations. My purpose here was not to defend this council person. It was to speak, be a messenger of the truth. And so I thank you for my time.
Next, we have Kelsey Sandcliffe.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Stancliffe, and this is my daughter Cora. We're here today to encourage you to stop the camping ban from moving forward. I know that you've heard and will hear from many people more eloquent than myself about why this is a bad idea that further stigmatizes and harms our unhoused fellow Morgantown residents, so instead I hope to appeal to your humanity this evening. I want you to look at my angsty daughter Cora. She's 3.5 years old. She loves Spider-Man, apple juice, and going swimming. She knows that she has to brush her teeth every night and that her mom and dad love her. She's never known a life where she does not have a bed or a home with climate control. The greatest tragedy of her lifetime is that she cannot watch Puppy Dog Pals when it's time for bed. Every single unhoused person that you see outside that you say is ruining our town and doesn't belong here was once someone's Cora. Everyone is beloved by a parent, a grandparent, a friend, or a teacher. We all start out small and vulnerable, and we all grow up with dreams and visions of how our life will turn out. Not having a home is no one's vision of how they want their lives to turn out. Despite crimes from others that people are abusing the system and wasting our money, this is not the dream. The services that people claim are being so abused, most importantly of all, do not exist. The city of Morgantown is woefully behind in its services for unhoused people, and it should be a source of great shame and embarrassment. It is not due to a lack of education. You are all continually educated on housing first, on harm reduction, on the need for shelters and affordable housing, and yet here we continue to be, in a room where nothing much happens and no one gets help. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. It is my job to find resources and help those in need. I've been a social worker in Charleston, West Virginia, New Orleans, Louisiana, Accra, Ghana, and now Morgantown, West Virginia. Nowhere have I seen less support or compassion for the unhoused than in Morgantown. I'm ashamed to live somewhere that continually tries to criminalize people who simply want to live and exist. I'm frustrated to constantly be told to try and find resources and solutions for the unhoused when none exist in this city. During my time working in Charleston, I saw many previously unhoused people accomplish their goal of living in safe and sustainable housing through the Housing First model. One of these people, who I'll call Dan, had been unhoused for over 10 years. He had no family and support and was stuck in the cyclical pattern of trying to get a job, being unable to without an address, and remaining unable to afford housing. Once he was placed in a unit, he was able to begin rebuilding his life, and the joy that he felt decorating his apartment with Led Zeppelin posters is something that I carry with me still today. His cycle was broken because he no longer was in constant fight or flight mode every minute of every day. What you are proposing solves nothing. It is simply moving people around, shuffling them a little bit further out of your view so that you can feel like you really did something. No one will be housed or safe off the street, and the problem will not be solved. The problem persists no matter how far away your eyes are turned. We need a drop-in center for people to come and do their laundry and somewhere to stay during the day. We need a housing first model to provide clean, safe, sustainable housing to those with chronic homelessness. We need affordable housing available and shelters that are not always full. If my Cora grows up and has nowhere to live, I would be broken. My world would be shattered, and this person that I love more than anything would not be living the life as fully as she could be because she would constantly be worried about where she will sleep the next night. I know that all of you have Coras too. I want you to think about them not having somewhere to live. I want you to think of them trying to find somewhere safe to be outside, and I want you to think about people in the government not doing anything to help, but thinking of them as a nuisance and not caring about them. I want you to think about them being harassed and even arrested as they simply try to figure out their next move. I have defended my state my entire life from accusations of it being backwards, uncultured, and uneducated. I moved back to West Virginia to raise my daughter somewhere that is filled with community and love for my fellow West Virginians. Unfortunately, I don't know if I found that in Morgantown. Thank you very much.
Leslie Nash.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Nash. I live in South Park in the 2nd Ward. And I am here with a couple of questions about the version of the ordinance that was placed on tonight's agenda. I know the counselors can't respond during public comment period, but I do request that someone respond to these questions when counselors have their report out time. So reading through the ordinance as it was amended and placed on the agenda, I had a number of questions pop up. So first of all, one of the changes that was made was that people are no longer allowed to sleep or have camping paraphernalia or store items on any public property, improved or unimproved. I have questions about how broad this is. When you mean storage of items, would that also disallow people who store items in lockers if those are ever set up by the city? Are we talking about city property, city buildings, if police maintain items? I think this is an incredibly poorly written part of the ordinance, to be quite honest, and I'm quite confused by what it means. I also have some questions about the interaction between separate offenses and then this idea that this separate offense will interact with the requirement to comport the carrying out the ordinance with the transient outdoor encampment policy, which is the Morgantown Police Department's General Order number 339. So under that order, as hopefully everyone on council is aware, if the police are aware of an encampment that has been around for more than 30 days, they're required to give at minimum 14 days written notice before clearing the encampment. If there's an encampment that's existed for more than 7 days but less than 30, they're required to give no less than 48 hours notice to allow people to remove their belongings before the encampment is cleared. My first question is, if the police are aware of an encampment that has been around for, say, 8 days, they have to give notice under the ordinance. Do those 48 hours each count as a separate day and therefore a separate offense? If an encampment is known to have been around for more than 30 days, could the police roll up, put up an ordinance, and say every single one of you has 30 offenses? I think plausibly you could read it that way. It's unclear to me, as an attorney who works on civil rights issues, particularly around the criminalization of homelessness and prisoners' rights issues, and I can sure as hell tell you it will be unclear to police and to citizens of this town as well. So next, following up on that, there's also the question, I suppose, of if someone is in an encampment that has been around for more than 30 days, is the ordinance suspended as to those people to allow for the comportment of General Order 339 in compliance with the 14th Amendment? I don't know, and neither does anyone else. So this next issue relates to the insertion of potential alternative sentencing for people who have mental illness or substance use disorder. I am very curious if the council has discussed this with the municipal courts, if it's been discussed with the Division of Corrections, with the prosecutor, or with the Mon Defender's Office. I'm also very curious what happens to people who are sentenced or cited under this ordinance and are determined to have a substance use disorder if there are no treatment beds available. I would also like to point out that there's no mention of what happens to people who have mental illness but not substance use disorder. Having a mental illness is not a reason to go into substance use disorder treatment, and I will point out that all of our intensive ICF beds for people with severe mental illnesses are pretty much full. You can't get in. There's a huge waiting list. It's a chronic problem in the state, has been for decades. I have a lot more, but I'll start with the final one is saying that the ordinance will not go into effect until there's an emergency shelter accepting new entrants. If the emergency shelter is no longer accepting new entrants, would the ordinance be put on pause? What happens if it's full? and there is nowhere for people to go. Nobody knows how that works out as the ordinance currently drafted. So, thank you, and I look forward to your responses.
Next we have, I'm not sure if this is a Y or a V, Ivana Lusk or Yana Lusk. I'm sorry.
Dan.
Vanna?
Just like Dan White.
All right.
So, hi, my name is Savannah Lusk. I live on Hawthorne Avenue. I am a family medicine physician here, so I guess you could say doctor. I don't like to say that very much. And I just really wanted to speak on my personal experience with like recovery services in the Morgantown area. It's been like an ongoing talking point when we reference houseless people, of getting people into recovery programs for substance use disorder. And while being homeless doesn't necessarily mean you have a substance use disorder, so substance use disorder isn't a prerequisite for homelessness. I think that, you know, we have been talking about bed counts a lot. We've been talking about other resources. I know that the county commissioner previously, even before the bed counts were just, you know, discussed at the earlier part of the meeting, he listed 25 services that people could pursue recovery, as if this list was enough to meet people's needs, as if it was comprehensive. And this is pretty remnant of the misconceptions that I had as a physician when I came to Morgantown. So when we talk about bed counts, when we talk about these places that will, you know, are for recovery, places like Jacob's Ladder, Abundant Life, which I've personally been involved in, we're talking about places that you have to be in a 28-day program, you have to detox. Other issues with the argument that these bed counts equal people being placed into these beds is, number one, there are huge waiting lists. Abundant Life, I think we had like a couple months. And these people from all across West Virginia are vying for these spots. It's not just Morgantown. And some of them aren't homeless. And certain places actually give you a priority if you have private insurance. Sometimes they only take private insurance. And also, this is not a free service, especially like, you know, like you pay to be there. As well as there is a binary. For example, Jacob's Ladder only serves men. I speak personal experience in Abundant Life. It's a great program, but there are women's house and men's house. We just, you know, signed an ordinance celebrating, you know, trans, you know, visibility month. You know, where do non-binary people go? Where do trans people go? And as well, a lot of these places, you know, we've talked about all the other resources. You know, the county commissioner talked about, you know, AA meetings, NA meetings, support meetings. Some of these meetings do not support people in substance use disorder programs, so MAT. So people on Suboxone, people on Sublocade, the medicines that the CDC recommend to get you off, you know, substances. They aren't welcome in that community because there's stigma surrounding it, essentially. So there's just a lot of logical fallacies, and I fell into those too. I would tell my social workers, well, you know, there are a bunch of beds. I see things advertised all the time. Can't you just get someone in one? You know, if people are jailed for substance-related crimes, sometimes they have to have a stipulation, they have to be released into a place that is like a sober living facility. People are staying in jails because there are not enough beds. So simply like stating a bed count is just a little bit of a logical fallacy when it comes to, we've got these beds, so we can just put people in them. And I'd like to reiterate, not everyone that is homeless is suffering from substance use disorder. There's people with mental illness, so I just urge you to think about this problem a little bit more dynamically. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Jenny Richards.
Hello, my name is Jenny Richards. I live in downtown Morgantown. At the committee of the whole meeting, you criticized my friends and peers, saying that it can take months to gain someone's trust in order to start the process of getting them housed. Why do you think that is? Despite popular belief, it's not because they want to be out there on the streets, and it's certainly not because service providers are not working hard enough, as it has been said. It's because people have repeatedly shown unhoused folks that they don't care about them, and people in power, like you, are passing laws and ordinances that hurt them, like this camping ban. Imagine walking around all day, being harassed, assaulted, targeted by nearly everyone you come into contact with. Imagine knowing that you live in a community that hates you and having to somehow survive that every single day. You wouldn't trust anybody either. They don't want to live outside. They don't want to be difficult. They do want community and support. They do want housing. The simple fact is that they are scared. So it is then the job of service providers to gain their trust, as that's the basis of any relationship. Only after gaining their trust can a housing plan be effectively implemented. You can complain that it takes too long to get people housed. A large part of that is the broken system we're working in, as you will be hearing tonight. But you are not doing absolutely anything to make it easier for people to get housing. You are making it so much harder. It is clear that you all are not listening to us, the people who are the boots on the ground working on these issues. Instead, you are saying evidence-based solutions don't work, even though there's mountains of evidence from people who have far more expertise collectively than any one of us. You're blatantly ignoring those with lived experience in order to advance your cruel agenda in the name of what you call safety. This is not a solution. This ban is counterproductive and harmful. No matter how you want to spin it or sugarcoat it, this ban is an act of violence against our unhoused neighbors. Do you really want that to be your legacy?
All right, next we have Kit Jurlis.
Hi, my name's Kit Jurls, and I live and work in Morgantown, and I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. Like so many other trans people, I am estranged from my parents. 40% of the 2.5 million youth experiencing homelessness each year identify as LGBTQ, despite LGBTQ folks making up only around 10% of the population. One of the main causes of homelessness is family conflict, meaning that young people get kicked out, abandoned by their families, and have nowhere to go and no family support system. You say people should just go to shelters while they try to navigate homelessness and that they'll be safe there, but we've established that there aren't enough shelter beds for everyone and that the beds available aren't always appropriate or accessible for everyone. People who use drugs aren't the only ones who struggle to succeed in many shelter settings. Queer people often choose not to access shelter because they've experienced discrimination and violence due to their gender and sexuality in these settings. Anyone who can't flawlessly follow rules and procedures struggles in these settings, and this includes people with developmental disabilities and severe psychiatric illnesses. Some of the most vulnerable folks are in need of a higher level of care, but that higher level of care isn't available to them long-term or at all, so they end up on the streets. This ordinance will criminalize these people, queer people and mentally ill folks who have no control over the conditions they find themselves in, increasing the barriers they already face to steady employment and housing. As a council, you can't pat yourselves on the back for making statements and proclamations about how you support queer and trans people and other vulnerable people, and then push policies that will disproportionately harm them. This ordinance does not keep anyone safe, and it certainly doesn't protect our homeless neighbors that you also serve. Thank you.
Next we have Aaron Shelton.
Hi, my name is Erin, and I work with the unhoused population of Morgantown, and I'm here today to talk about the reality of the housing system because it seems like you have very little understanding of how it works. You seem to think that there's accessible housing and substance use disorder and inpatient mental health treatment beds available for everyone at all times, and that's not true. There are long wait lists for every housing subsidy program and facility everywhere. People in our community often wait for 6 months, a year or more on those wait lists. For all those months, the people on those wait lists have to make sure they never miss a letter or a call related to their housing, that they fill out every piece of necessary paperwork and make it to every appointment so they don't lose their place in line, which is pretty hard to do when you're living outside. They need to have all their personal documents to even be considered for housing. If they do happen to be arrested during the time they're on the streets, it often impacts their ability to receive housing assistance. When it is finally their turn for housing assistance, they have to find a landlord that will rent to them, and a majority won't, which is why we've pushed you to consider a source of income discrimination ban that has somehow never made it onto an agenda. The only rentals available to them often aren't conducive to recovery or success, or are with landlords who exploit and take advantage of them. You say people should just go to substance use disorder treatment, but inpatient treatment availability isn't what it's been made out to be. We live in one of the states most affected by substance use disorder, and the people on the streets are a tiny portion of those who need these services. The system is overburdened, and it can be especially difficult to find folks appropriate inpatient treatment when they have complex and co-occurring mental health issues. Even if there were treatment beds to meet everyone's needs, which there aren't, where do they go after? Every sober living facility you listed has a wait list too, and that's if you have the money to get in. Addiction treatment facilities are for profit, and they refuse to keep people any longer than the 28 days Medicaid will pay for. Good luck finding folks on government insurance inpatient psychiatric care for more than a few weeks. When insurance stops paying, they're back on the streets, where they have to deal with being harassed, bullied, assaulted, and having their belongings stolen, which often includes their phones and personal documents, which are vital to their housing journey, and their medications that they need to maintain their mental health or addiction recovery. With this ordinance, they won't even be able to sleep without being hassled, fined, and jailed. Who can stay sober in these conditions? We're told to avoid triggers and surround ourselves with positive people, places, and things in early recovery, but how can someone do that if they're living outside? I hope these explanations can help you understand that your notion that it's simply a laziness on the part of unhoused people and housing service providers that allows homelessness to continue in our community is untrue. I actually do go to people's encampments often, and I don't want to see anyone living out there. We and our clients fight tooth and nail to break down the barriers to housing that you perpetuate. As service providers, we walk beside our unhoused neighbors and try to assist them in navigating a system that's hard for people who do have jobs and houses and support to figure out. I and many others take a housing first approach, but that approach can't be truly and fully implemented when we have no support from our local leadership and community and face more and more impossible barriers to housing people in safe, affordable conditions every day. For housing first to work, housing has to actually come first, and this community doesn't allow for that. I can work equally hard for each of my clients, but in practice they get different results because of all of these different barriers they face that I and they have no control over. I see how every single one of these barriers and setbacks, these brick walls that they hit as they're trying to get to a place where their most basic needs are met, chip away at their sense of hope and their willpower to keep fighting. And it's my job to keep pushing, keep advocating for them, and keep lifting them up when they feel like the whole world is against them. I'm asking you now not to be the people who add more barriers and make accessing housing even harder. And when you do it anyways, know that it's an act of cruelty and not compassion against people who are already experiencing a very cruel reality.
Charlie Bijoun? Did I say that correctly?
Bijoun, yes,
Bijoun.
thank you. All right, I have presents for you like I always do.
If you could just hand them to the end and they will be passed around.
Some of us are visual girlies. That's totally fine. I'm a visual girly. I totally appreciate the value of drawing out what we're talking about, so I went ahead and did that for you. This is the process that you have designed according to the verbiage that was released. All of this down here that actually leads to housing is the amendment that you put in after the 2.5 hours of your constituents telling you that we don't want this. I do appreciate that there was an attempt to listen to us and to put something into the process that actually addresses that. However, I'd like to point out, generally when we're talking about processes that we want to solve a problem, we want a process to be linear. You want people to end up in a different place than they started. You want your output to be different than your input. That was added with the new verbiage. However, you'll notice all of these other lines point right back to the input of people sleeping outside. The problem with a cyclical process like this, without any poke yokes to prevent, a poke yoke is a preventative measure, without any kind of preventative measure to make sure that people are actually getting to a different output, is that all you're doing is tying up resources in a cyclical process that does not solve the problem. Every single time that we send someone to going right back outside, we are failing them, and we are failing our community. If we go through here, you'll notice that In the beginning, someone has to actually call the cops. We're dumping this process on our police force, who have come up here and said that they're underfunded. And they, quite frankly, aren't the experts on this. And we're charging them with finding a bed for these people. Every single one of these decision points is a disqualifying factor for many people experiencing homelessness today. So that means that someone has to say yes to all of these. They have to actually qualify in order to even get to a chance of temporary emergency housing. And then from temporary emergency housing, there are often lots of stay limits. For the most part, they're around 28 days. 28 days is not enough time to overcome trauma. 28 days is rarely enough time to overcome substance use disorder. 28 days is barely enough time to save up enough money for an apartment if you're making minimum wage, and if you can get a minimum wage job that gives you enough hours. The cheapest apartment I could find inside Morgantown city limits just today was over $500. So that's 50 hours of minimum wage work that someone has to access within 28 days of accessing that temporary emergency housing in order to access housing without assistance. Our housing assistance has a wait limit of normally 3 to 6 months, but a lot of those housing assistance programs are frozen right now because they are full up. There are too many people trying to apply to affordable housing assistance. We do not have enough affordable housing in our community. All of these inputs on the left are the actual root causes of homelessness that you could be addressing. You could be trying to find more solutions to the problems that actively exist in our communities. One of the biggest defining factors or predicting factors that will tell you whether a person is going to experience homelessness in their life is whether they interact with the foster care system. An egregious amount of people experiencing homelessness simply aged out of the foster care system without a support system to catch them. And you'll notice that once we get to that 30 days incarceration, the big deterrent factor that is supposed to be here, we have nothing to prevent them from ending up right back on the streets. So even if you succeed in achieving the goal of this ordinance as a deterrent, the fines, the fees, the court, the incarceration, where's our reentry program to make sure that they access housing? Quite frankly, all of this, the pieces that you added in response to the community saying that this will not work, all of that is basically asking our police force to overnight become social workers, become the advocates who are out here doing the work, become the organizations that are trying and fighting tooth and nail for grants and losing grants and being shut down all the time. And every single one of these little green dots, that's where we're wasting money on this process. I've asked you before, and I will ask you again, why do you prefer to tie up money, resources, time, effort, motivation, and compassion in a cyclical carousel from hell instead of just giving that money to the programs trying to do the work?
I ask you maintain order with your language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie Wilbur.
Good evening, Leslie Wilbur, 3304 Mountain View Manor. A lot of people have already spoken about how dehumanizing and cruel a camping ban would be and about some of the legal challenges of enforcing this ordinance, and I want to just start by saying I agree with them. I'm also frustrated by how hasty this process has been. At the last meeting, councilors agreed they should have a workshop to discuss the ban before this reading. That didn't happen. Dozens of people spoke in opposition to the ban with genuine questions. Our questions weren't answered. The one thing that was brought up was the mountains and mountains of trash. I don't want to be glib, but littering and sleeping aren't the same thing. I think most people would agree that trash and sanitation can be real issues in Morgantown, but we do know that trash comes from multiple sources. There's very obviously less trash on the streets in the summer than there is during the school year. When students are in town, there's increased trash after weekends or other big events where there's lots of people. So proposing a camping ban to deal with trash, you're placing the blame for a citywide issue on a small group of really vulnerable people, and the people who have the least amount of power to actually change something. It was mentioned that a lot of the people who brought up trash were business people and landlords, and I would say those are groups who are uniquely well suited to fix this problem. They can make sure that they actually have adequate trash service at their businesses, in their buildings. They can pressure their fellow business people to do the same, whether that's through professional groups or by pushing for zoning or permitting changes. The city itself can add more trash cans on trails, parks, can empty them regularly. Right now, you can walk multiple miles on a city trail and not have anywhere to throw away trash. I don't condone littering, but if I see a soda can on Deckers Creek, I'm not shocked that it's there. The city could invest in public restrooms, in keeping them clean so that people, whether they're shopping or they're exercising or living outdoors, can easily find places to relieve themselves in a safe, sanitary way. An idea that's been brought up to council before is a municipal same-day pay program where people could get paid for day labor, like cleaning streets and parks. This type of program has been successful in other cities. It would not only help keep Morgantown cleaner, but it would offer people who are struggling to find work a bridge to more stable employment, which can be an important step to finding housing. If trash and sanitation are your actual concerns, you could slow this process down and try solutions like this and not rush to a camping ban. You could make Morgantown cleaner without being cruel and without putting an outsized burden on our most vulnerable neighbors. I wanted to end by saying that I've only lived in Morgantown 4 years, like as of this week. Before that, I lived in Denver, which is a city that has had a camping ban for 12 years, and it's been a nightmare. It didn't make the city cleaner or safer or homelessness less visible. In fact, it made homelessness more visible, if anything. It caused a lot of legal problems. I acted as an observer and helped people move during the sweeps by Denver Police Department to enforce the camping ban. And I just want to emphasize that even in a larger city with more resources, this wasn't a kind, thoughtful process. It was like some of the most dystopian or heartbreaking stuff I've ever seen in person, and I'd hate to see that more in time. So.
Waylon, it starts with an H, I'm sorry, I can't read. Waylon H, maybe. Yeah, Waylon H.
I feel like I mispronounced that a previous time.
Some people may
I'm
have
not trying
that.
to.
Okay. We can, no, next one? Okay. Veronica Whitico? Gone? She couldn't make it. Sarah Hudson? She's coming? Okay. After that will be Sarah Spade, and then Anna Schles, S-C-H-L-E-S.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sarah Hudson. I live at 650 Toms Run Road, so in Morgantown, but just outside city limits. You've heard from some great folks tonight about why this is a terrible idea. I don't have as much knowledge as they do about the intricacies of our unhoused friends and what it would take to get them into housing or help them be successful. What I do know about, though, is election laws and the city charter of Morgantown. So I want to tell you a little bit about the referendum process. This is what will happen should you decide to pass this particular ordinance. So we're talking about section 8.1 of the city charter. Sorry, I had to run up here. The qualified voters of the city shall have power to require reconsideration by the council of any adopted ordinance, and if the council fails to repeal the ordinance so reconsidered, to approve or reject it at a city election, provided that such power shall not extend to the budget or capital program of any emergency ordinance or ordinance relating to the appropriation of money or the levy of taxes. So this particular ordinance would fall under that. What that looks like is any 5 qualified voters can commence an initiative or referendum proceedings by filing with the city clerk an affidavit stating they will constitute the petitioner's committee and be responsible for circulating the petition. So we have that already figured out, who will be our committee to do so. As you have seen tonight, I'm sure we're pretty well organized. We're a group of over 30 organizers here in the city who are dedicated to this particular cause and growing every day. Next up, 8.3, the number of signatures needed for the initiative must be signed by qualified voters of the city, equal in number to at least 10% of the total number of qualified voters registered to vote at the last regular city election. I have done my homework here. It looks like in 2023, we had a turnout of 1,697 voters at a turnout rate of 12.96. That gives us right around 13,100 registered voters, which means we will need just over 1,310 qualified signatures. I've also done similar work in Charleston to get cannabis on the ballot. We had about a 75 to 80% conversion rate of all collected signatures. Therefore, we're estimating we will need about 1,800 signatures to get the referendum passed. What that looks like is we also have 30 days to get the signatures should you decide to pass this initiative. And that would look like 60 signatures a day. That's all we need. We have 30 days and 60 signatures a day to get it, and then essentially what would happen is you would get to re-vote on the ordinance. You'd have 20 days to figure out if we had the signatures or not. If we didn't, we would then get another 10 days to go back and get what we needed. And at that time, you get to re-vote on it. And if you decide to move forward again with a particular ordinance, then it would trigger a city election. In 2023, the city election, per the newspaper report, cost about $40,000 to the city. This was estimated to be about twice what the 2021 election cost, but that is the most recent estimate for what a city election costs. Yeah, so we are well prepared. We have a lot of plans. Again, a lot of us work in elections and canvassing and campaigning. We will have a much better representation than sitting in the Burger King parking lot collecting signatures. We will be ready to go door to door to collect what we need. Yeah, again, they know more than I do about what it takes to get our neighbors housed, but I know more than they do about how to get a referendum passed, and hopefully not on the ballot, but we'll do whatever we need to. Thank you.
Sarah Spade.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah Spade, and I have loved living in Morgantown for the past 7 years while I've completed my master's and my PhD. I live with my husband near the Deckers Creek parking lot near downtown. So what that means is that the majority of my neighbors and the people that I see every single day are unhoused folks. I really do understand that it can be uncomfortable to interact with and to live nearby people who are unhoused, especially whenever mental illness is present, especially when substance abuse is present. But I also think it's really important to recognize that the desire to be comfortable is not enough justification to criminalize someone's existence. Without adequate shelter, the camping ban will do exactly that. It will criminalize extreme poverty in Morgantown without giving people sufficient tools to get out of poverty. I also really empathize with our business owners downtown who've worked so hard and have done so much to build a vibrant community in Morgantown. And I understand that their businesses may need additional support because of the size of the homeless population downtown. However, the City Council has been given information on research-based solutions to house people that would provide compassionate care to our unhoused while also protecting businesses downtown. The City Council has chosen to not enact these effective and research-based solutions that have been presented to them. The proposed camping ban will be ineffective and inhumane. I care really deeply about my unhoused neighbors, and I want better for them. This camping ban will be another barrier that will serve to keep unhoused people impoverished, will give them a criminal record, and ultimately hurts the most vulnerable of Morgantown. I want to tell you about my next door neighbors. So they're a couple that was homeless. I'm not sure for how long, but definitely over a year. They lived under a bridge, and then they amazingly completed the huge effort of becoming housed, and it's really incredible for them, but it was massively difficult. I can't even imagine everything that they went through to get housing, and even once they got housed, it was still incredibly, incredibly difficult for them. I had no idea they went, long periods of time without any sort of supplies in their home, like toilet paper, like dishes, right? It's so hard even once you get housed. And this is just another added difficulty to the really, really vulnerable population of Morgantown, and I want us to give them their best chance to improve their lives. I just want to ask you, please vote against the camping ban. Thank you.
Anna SCH. I'm sorry, how do you say your last name?
It's Schless. Sorry, it's
Schless?
slightly difficult. Schless. Hi, I wanted to speak today to ask you all to vote against the housing ban as well, going off of what many people have said tonight about the many problems with this ban. I think I've lived in Morgantown about 10 years, actually, exactly this month, I guess. And I'm from Charleston originally, a lifelong West Virginian, and I definitely noticed, for me, it was during lockdown, I spent about a year inside, and when I came back out into the world in Morgantown, I was like, I can see our unhoused population has increased a lot just in that COVID period. And I did not think that there was some sort of mystery to why that was. I think that it's been a period of struggle for the country, for the state. I've seen changes across the state since in the last decade, in the last 5 years. But to echo others tonight, there are more humane ways to address this situation. I have a lot of empathy for those experiencing homelessness, and all of these evidence-based situations also in the long run will lead to if we're looking at, well, how can we get people out of homelessness if this will benefit the whole city? Why not spend that money on these evidence-based solutions instead of on a process that will simply make life harder for this vulnerable population and likely not actually get results, if that's how we want to categorize something like helping people experiencing homelessness. I don't think that we should go down a path that is just making life harder and unlikely to actually be helpful. So thank you.
Jonathan Lewin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city management. My name is Jonathan Lewin. I reside on Wall Street. As a downtown Morgantown resident and building manager for over 25 years, I'm here today to voice my support for expanding the existing ordinance prohibiting camping or sleeping in public areas, streets, and sidewalks. This step is crucial for equipping the city with the necessary tools to ensure a safe, clean, and welcoming downtown environment. As a community, we face a delicate challenge of balancing compassion with public safety. We must acknowledge the undeniable need for affordable housing, more shelters, short shelter beds, increased mental health support, and the assistance required by many visitors to Morgantown. However, allowing sleeping or camping on the streets or rail trail presents serious safety and hygiene concerns for everyone. The presence of vehicles in areas where people are sleeping can create a significant hazard, and the lack of available or open bathroom facilities leads to unsanitary conditions with human waste found on streets and alleys, green spaces, and even doorsteps. Additionally, open food and trash in these areas attracts rodents and other pests, further exacerbating public health risks. The poor lighting and difficult terrain on the rail trail banks along Deckers Creek presents multiple hazards that could result in serious injuries. Residing or congregating in these areas should not be allowed or condoned through inaction. To properly and safely manage Morgantown, not only for residents, businesses, and students, but for those seeking services and shelter, we need to move forward with ensuring the tools are available to provide, when necessary, more restrictive and consistent regulation of our public spaces. Recent council meetings have highlighted a host of troubling issues facing Morgantown: rampant drug dealing, blatant substance abuse, increased crime, break-ins, vandalism, and property destruction. As someone living and working downtown, I witness and deal with many of these issues daily, as do tenants and business owners. Then there's the perception of Morgantown. Over the past year, I've ventured into short-term rentals, striving to offer our guests a pleasant, comfortable experience that showcases Morgantown's amenities, outdoor access, and historic charm. Our guests who come from far away, from Canada to Florida, include tourists, music and art enthusiasts, and parents moving their children in for school. While they appreciate the space and experience we provide, their feedback often highlights negative experiences downtown, particularly on Wall Street. Their concerns are consistent. They don't feel safe walking their dogs, heading to their cars, or returning from city events. They feel uneasy witnessing public drug use, drug deals, intoxicated individuals, shouting matches, and pervasive litter. It's frustrating and disheartening that some guests leave with the impression of an unsafe, drug-filled, neglected city. I'm exhausted from the constant cleanup efforts, as I'm sure the city is as well, from the litter, trash, urine odors, human excrement on the streets and alleys, used needles, and graffiti are a daily burden. I'm tired of witnessing the slow deterioration of Wall Street, being harassed by aggressive panhandling, hearing people scream obscenities at each other, and listening to folks tell me they're too afraid to come downtown and enjoy the rail trail, especially young college women who feel unsafe and often harassed. If we aspire to have a vibrant downtown, attract businesses to fill vacant storefronts, increase foot traffic for shopping and dining, and encourage visitors to spend time and money here, we must find both short-term and long-term solutions to these persistent issues. We must be willing to make tough decisions to change and improve the current perception of our city. Morgantown has immense potential, and I'm tired of hearing people say they would never go downtown because it isn't safe. Let's move forward, continue to do the good work, and change that perception. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Danny Ludwig.
I'm Danny Ludwig. I live in Second Ward. So, like a lot of people have already stated, the ordinance, I'm sure it's lovely in your head, and I adore you. I think you're a great person. But it's trash on paper, so really it belongs in the trash. And I say that because I feel like there could be changes made, and I know amendments have already been done, but I think it needs to be better. Nobody wants to talk about WVU students like downtown on Friday and Saturday nights pissing in the alleyways or throwing trash everywhere. I Uber. I have 2 jobs. I don't work just with the unsheltered population. I also Uber because I'm a single parent, and if I don't pay my rent, nobody else is going to pay that for me, and I'm going to be homeless. I came to Morgantown 7 years ago into one of the sober livings that was mentioned earlier, and actually I texted one of the girls at the house because I sponsor her. There's no bed available there. I texted Abundant Life female house. They have no beds either. But what I would like for John Dower to explain is that not everybody in those houses are from Morgantown. I go into meetings in those facilities because I'm also in recovery, have been in recovery for multiple years. There's people from Martinsburg, there's people from Charleston, there's people from the southern part of the state. It's not just people in Morgantown that are in those facilities. Chestnut Ridge is the same way, like people in Chestnut Ridge, Martinsburg. I see a lot of Martinsburg people come through there. So like, even if I had somebody that come to me and said, Danny, I want to go to treatment, I can't get them in treatment here because they're full. So then I have to send them to other parts of the state. Then they come back, they're back in the street because they have nowhere to go. So like, people, places, and things. I'm a firm believer of people, places, and things. Like, I had to change my whole entire life to get clean. By the grace of God, I was able to do that. But my point is like, nobody talks about WVU because the money it generates into Morgantown. Nobody talks about all the trash after football games. I'm literally, you can walk downtown Friday and Saturday nights and see trash everywhere. But it's easy to blame other people than blaming people that bring money into our city. I just don't understand the logic in that. It doesn't make sense in my head. And I have seen it firsthand, people throw trash on the ground that are part of my population. And I, reiterate to them that we don't do that. We clean up. I had clients come to me and want to do a community cleanup. Danielle came and picked up trash with us. Homeless clients came and picked up trash on the rail trail. They asked me to do that. I orchestrated it. They showed up. We cleaned up trash. And you know, they want to make our community better, but not everybody homeless is an addict. Look, this guy, CW, we'll call him CW. He's been homeless for years, won't go in housing because he was in a house fire and lost his twin brother. Like, you can't make him go into housing because he had a traumatic experience. You know, we'll call someone else, PS, she can't go in housing because she's the opposite of agoraphobic. I mean, you can't make her go in housing. People try to put her in housing. She won't go. They paid for her rent and everything to get her where she needed to go, and she couldn't do it because trauma. Not everybody here is substance abuse. I can't express that enough. We have a lot of trauma. We have a lot of mental health. I'm a person of mental health disorder. I have multiple disorders: addiction, mental health. I got a kid that's 11 that's mouthy. That's another problem, you know, but that's besides the point. We all have things that we have to overcome. And if housing is the biggest thing we have to overcome, I've been homeless. I came to Morgantown to sober living because I had nowhere to go. And I lived in Charlestown. So, like, that's 3 hours up the road. Like, I came to Morgantown because there was a place for me to come. Not everybody in these facilities are from Morgantown. I literally try to get people into treatment here all the time and can't get them into treatment because there's no bed. Thanks for letting me share. Oh wait, the gunshots downtown too. Those are not homeless people doing that. What about the gunshots last year?
Diane Market Gaston. And then I was reminded to please ask for your address when speaking.
Hi, I am Diane Market Gaston. Thank you. You said it completely correct. I'm going to make this pretty short and sweet because people that have come before me have outlined a great deal of the complexity that you're all looking at, because this is not easy. It's not a binary yes, no, black, white issue, as you already know, or we wouldn't all be standing here talking. I think my big question is, and this is a good outline, we have a multitude of issues why people are homeless. It's not, again, it's not one, it's very, very complex. I just don't see the end game in criminalizing. That one is the part that it just kind of spins my mind, because you're not really going to get anywhere. People that don't have any money, and we're going to charge them and this, it just doesn't make any sense. So what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Well, a quote by the great Desmond Tutu: there comes a point when we need to just stop pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. That seems to me, and this has kind of been overviewed, that there's a lot of research-based solutions. I really just highly encourage that you look at those, because that really might help. And you're just going to have to attack it a little piece by a little piece by a little piece. And that's really what I ask. Thanks.
Jennifer Powell.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Powell, and I'm against the camping ban. I'm just against it. I don't think criminalizing it is correct. We're criminalizing poverty, is what it comes down to. And I don't want to see us go back to that. There are many reasons why people are homeless, and they are traumatized. Just being homeless traumatizes you. Being criminalized is going to be more traumatizing. It's going to be an endless cycle. Maybe that voucher is going to come up for housing, and they're going to be in jail after 8-9 months of waiting. They're not going to be able to be housed. It's just a bad idea. And 3 hots and a cot is the saying that a lot of people think is better than sleeping outside. My brother was in regional and he had to trade his belongings to get off of the concrete floor with the roaches. It's very overcrowded. Things like this are going to make it more overcrowded. They're not necessarily still going to be sleeping not on the ground if they're in prison. I just think it's fiscally a bad idea, it's morally a bad idea, it's inhumane, and I think we can do better. Please don't vote for this. That's all I got.
Shane McManus?
He might be down below. He might have left.
Logan? Yes.
He didn't even let you try.
I'm grateful for that.
Hi, I'm Logan. I've lived in Morgantown for about 9 or 10 years now. Been official resident for about 3-ish.
May I ask for your address?
462 Winsley Street.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm supposed to have been asking this entire time. I don't mean to pick on you first. I'm just trying to do a better job myself.
No worries. Growing up, I've been very lucky to have a family that kept me safe, sheltered. Very lucky to have never worried about, at any point in my life, where I was going to sleep next. But I'm also self-aware enough to know that it only takes 2 or 3 bad rolls of the dice for any person to get to that point. And I think that this is not only going to affect people who are currently homeless, this is going to affect people who become homeless in the future, either because their parents disown them for LGBTQ reasons or because they had a disability that destroyed their ability to make ends meet. And so keeping that in mind makes this very important to me. I want to be part of a city that addresses these problems with solutions and not just trying to disappear them. This proposal is essentially an effort to achieve the effects of having eradicated homelessness without doing the work. This is a backdoor approach. This is not how you solve homelessness. This is how you treat the unhoused to themselves as though they are the problem. And I don't want to be a city that does that. Thank you.
Sophie Slaughter? And then I ask you to state your address.
Yeah, so my name is Sophie Slaughter. I live at 103rd Street. I'm speaking in opposition to the camping ban. You've heard from a host of folks more educated than myself on the concerns facing our unhoused neighbors. So I'll be speaking to you not as an expert, but as a concerned community member. As a student, I spend most of my time downtown and am similarly to all of you invested in safety solutions that look out for the well-being of all of our community members. Banning camping does not do that. Rather than ensuring safety for all, banning camping will increase the likelihood of harm against our unhoused neighbors by making them targets of police interventions. That's really my main point, but I also want to say that I have been standing in the lobby for probably the past hour and a half maybe, and this is my first time in this building, but there's a sign down there that I've been looking at that welcomes people to Morgantown. It says that we strive to be an inclusive community for our residents and visitors, regardless of race, gender identity, veteran status, and economic status, among, there's a whole list, among other things. It's not just a sign, it's a city resolution. So, from what I understand, you all are charged with upholding that. And I would just like to say that a camping ban is not welcoming or inclusive. It doesn't live up to that message at all. In fact, it's cruel and it's inhumane. And I think that
shouldn't go any further. Thank you so much for your time.
Ash Orr. I believe Ash is downstairs. And then Ash, I know that we all know you, but if you could also state your address.
Yes.
Thank
Do I need to hit the button or anything? Or is it just start? Okay, cool. Yes, my name is Ash Orr. My pronouns are he and they, and I am a member of the LGBTQ plus community. This ordinance that you are proposing is not only ineffective and costly, but it will exacerbate the crisis that we are seeing. There are better solutions to address this issue, but this discriminatory ordinance is not one of them. So instead of providing effective relief, it will penalize individuals with fines they cannot afford and subject them to jail time, endangering their lives, also impacting their housing, employment, recovery, and pushing them back into the streets. With new criminal records, it becomes even harder for these individuals to secure housing and jobs. It creates more trauma, and the cycle continues. Criminalizing homelessness is expensive, and it's a waste of our time. This ordinance will fill our already overcrowded jails with more of our vulnerable neighbors, who are often more exposed to violence than guilty of committing it. And many of these individuals require mental health assistance and space to recover and thrive, which our jails are not at all equipped to provide. Most importantly, criminalization does nothing to reduce homelessness. Instead, it disrupts the connections people have made with their service providers, their volunteers, and medical teams. And it worsens the very conditions such as health problems and systemic disparities that contribute to homelessness in the first place. As someone who has personally experienced homelessness, I cannot begin to describe the fear of not knowing where you'll sleep next, whether your belongings are going to be safe, whether you'll make it through the night. And it's comforting, I'm sure, for some of you to believe that you can pinpoint why someone ended up homeless, be it drug use, mental illness, or criminal behavior, because it allows you to think that you're safe as long as you avoid these pitfalls. But the truth is that we all make bad choices sometimes, and whether those choices lead to homelessness often comes down to privilege and luck. I found myself homeless simply because I came out as a queer person. I slept in the streets, I slept in bus stations, abandoned buildings, anywhere I could find. And the only reason I'm standing here today is because I had the privilege of finding help and having a safe space to recover. And the reality is that any of us, including you all, could end up being homeless. Which brings me to a more pressing issue. We have a county commissioner targeting LGBTQ plus homeless folks. We have one member of the city council who has gone on record telling the press that service providers and volunteers aren't doing enough. We have another city council member stating that our homeless neighbors have become too comfortable. And to that I have to ask, where have you all been? Where have you been when I am out every week providing first aid to members of our community? Where are you when I have to stitch up a man who's too afraid to go to the hospital because of the criminal record that he has? Where are you when I'm administering Narcan and performing CPR, desperately pleading with the universe to keep a young woman alive until the paramedics can arrive because she had no safe place to use? Where are you when LGBTQ plus homeless neighbors are calling me on the verge of suicide because they feel like their life's not worth living due to resources being stretched thin? Where are you when a young homeless child is asking me, can you help me find food for my mom and me some pencils for school? So if us service providers and volunteers are not doing enough, again I ask, where have you been? Because I can tell you all one thing, you're not out there with my colleagues and I. So how dare you all pass a proclamation declaring the city to be inclusive, all while you're actively working to criminalize the most vulnerable residents that we have, including trans people in our community. Inclusivity means building a longer table and adding more chairs, not pushing people out. So I urge you all to take a long, hard look at yourselves, because deep down you know this isn't right. You know that, and I'm calling on you to listen to that part of you, because this path that we are going down should not be the one that we are on. Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please come state your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Glenn Gallagher. I live at Morgantown, Unity Manor, and I've been a resident in Morgantown for 42 years. Moved here in 1982. During this time, I've been homeless twice, once in 1995 and the other in 2007. Each time I was a resident of the Bartlett House. I was and am grateful that they were there when I needed them. Now the shelter is struggling and our homeless population has increased. It's presently August and soon snow will be flying and our low temperatures will be in the 20s with the wind blowing. No one should sleep in these conditions. I've known several homeless persons who have died from exposure right here in Monongalia County. Arnold Hall has been closed since 2017. I propose that Arnold Hall be turned into a homeless shelter. The location is perfect. It's near HealthRight and Trinity Episcopal, known as the Red Door Church. I've written to President D. Gordon Gee about this matter. I am patiently waiting for his reply. I realize that the homeless must help themselves, but we need to help them first. Thank you for listening.
Would anybody else like to speak at this time? Please state your name and address.
Sorry. Good evening. I'm Tricia DiCenzo. I'm a property owner at 214 Wall Street here in Morgantown. I wanted to say thank you. You are doing the right thing with the camping ban. I said no one wants to criminalize homelessness, but the criminal activity, which I mean breaking and entering, graffiti, vandalism, squatting, defecation, urine, needles, tenant harassment, all remedied from my pocket, that are from the drug-addicted homeless, has affected the property and business owners, tenants and visitors to downtown here, and it has gotten out of control. People just don't feel safe here. Because of the inability to control the situation, the lines are blurred between those who really want and need help and those who are here just to be enabled to continue their drug habits. I believe it is those people who have been responsible for most of the property damage and vandalism that has gone on unchecked, and they need to be held accountable for the damage that they cause. For others who may be in encampments, I hope this will provide an opportunity to get them the help that they need from the many resources that are available in town. And I know I speak for many people. Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please make sure to state your name and address.
My name's Bethany Winters. I live at 2772 University Ave, and I also oppose the camping ban for reasons that I'm sure everyone has explained in much better ways than me. I didn't really do research before I came here, but I do. I have lived in Morgantown 6 years. For me, I don't feel afraid being around people experiencing homelessness. What makes me feel afraid being downtown and seeing that is the thought that if I wound up in that situation, I would be left on my own. I also know that I have some experience from my mom. Worked in prisons for her whole life. She was an English teacher in a prison. And from that, she taught me about how incarceration does not rehabilitate people. She worked in the juvenile justice system. She tried her best to educate her students, give them another chance, but throughout her career, she experienced all the violence and trauma that goes on in prisons and jails alike. So putting people in jail for outdoor camping is not going to help them access housing, get jobs, and I just think that some of the people who have spoken have given a lot better alternatives. Thanks.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Name and address.
Hi there, I'm Catherine Fonseca. I live at 441 East Brockway. I am a member of the Morgantown Civilian Police and Review Advisory Board. I don't speak for that board. I'm speaking as an individual who is dedicated to community policing, the model of community policing. I'm opposed to this camping ban because I think it's reflects a decline of council's efforts to pass substantial policy and pass the buck onto police, and I think it will really undermine public confidence in the police. So I strongly urge members of City Council to consider the far-reaching impacts of implementing such a camping ban, particularly in relation to our city's criminal justice and public safety entities. Such ordinances undermine community-oriented policing. Community-oriented policing fundamentally relies on cultivating positive, reciprocal relationships between law enforcement and members of the community. However, punitive measures can damage relationship building, thereby reducing the efficacy of collaborative policing efforts. Recent research indicates that enforcement-focused approaches to homelessness carries lasting impacts on how unhoused individuals perceive law enforcement, leading to ongoing feelings of mistrust, less confidence in the ability of police to ensure safety, and an unwillingness to accept help from police social hybrid service models like those currently in place in Morgantown Police Department, such as the in-house social worker Kelly Rice. In this way, punitive measures targeting unhoused populations can reduce the police's ability to foster a cooperative environment and leads to a perception of departmental ineffectiveness that erodes public confidence in law enforcement. I'm a librarian at WVU Libraries, very much applaud students that cite their work, so I'll be doing that. I want to cite criminologist Megan Welsh and co-authors in a 2018 study published in the Criminology, Criminal Justice, Law and Society Journal, a peer-reviewed journal. Quote on page 44, our findings make clear that these punitive tactics may substantially hinder the efficacy of service efforts such as police outreach tactic teams. Our findings underscore the extensive and irreparable harm done by aggressive order maintenance policing tactics, both to the individuals who are subject to police scrutiny and to police legitimacy more generally. Such ordinances strain law enforcement, diminish police response to major crimes, and place administrative burdens on our court systems. McNamara, Crawford, and Burns in a 2013 study found that officers across the U.S. report feeling frustrated and overburdened by issues relating to homelessness. That's from another peer-reviewed journal of police strategies and management. I just want to note that in light of so many of these concerns, I urge City Council to reject the proposed camping on public property ordinance and instead focus on evidence-based strategies of addressing homelessness in a manner that reduces reliance on law enforcement and is conducive to public safety for all. Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Again, I just ask you state your name and address.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie Stone. I live in the Stonewood Apartments. I'm here to speak out against the camping ban. There's not much I can say that hasn't already been said tonight. I just wanted to add my voice to the mix and also express that being unsafe and feeling uncomfortable are two different things. I think some people are experiencing feeling uncomfortable rather than actual unsafety. Because I've never felt unsafe walking around downtown, and I am a young female-bodied person. And that is a demographic that often gets a lot of harassment as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening. I hope you also reject this policy.
Anybody else wishing to speak at this time? I also remind everyone to keep our applause to ourselves.
Hello. I'm Daniel Leitner. I stay on Scott Avenue in Brunswick Apartments. I just made this shirt at home before I came here. It says, help the homeless, but it also says behind it, help them stay homeless. Because I think this never-ending victim mentality thing that, you know, homeless people with addiction or people that are on the street are struggling so bad they can't get out on their own and they can't do it, and it's just so hard, and they're permanently flawed because they have addiction or mental illness is just it's not true. I think even all the people in this room who were homeless previously and made it out, very strong. Every person out on the street right now is very strong. Everybody has the capability to get on their feet. Obviously, we have lack of certain services and things like that, but I did read the amended packet for this meeting, so I think we were going in a pretty good direction when it came down to alternative punishments for people in addiction or mental health. You know, I can only relate to that a little bit. I have friends who would fail piss tests in PA on probation, and sometimes instead of going to jail right away, they would get court-ordered rehab, or have to find a rehab incomplete or a drug class program or alternatives, which I'm assuming that would be the same type of thing or maybe something different. I'm not sure, but it's it's not directly criminalizing homelessness or addiction, but there's a big problem with addiction and drug use too. I mean, a lot of the people that come here and complain about trash, and they're not complaining about tasty cake wrappers. They're not complaining about tea cans or something like that. It's needles. It's open drug use. It's people don't want hazardous materials out everywhere. People don't want to see. I've seen pictures of people. I don't know how they get the pictures, but shooting up straight on camera or smoking a crack pipe right on the public street. If you go to certain places out here, you go to, not here, but in the U.S., you go to jail for that. You get in trouble for that. People will learn to live by that and then, make different choices because they know they'll go to jail immediately if they want to go smoke crack out on High Street. It's things like that. Like, yeah, you're not criminalizing homelessness, you're criminalizing crimes that are happening. Not all homeless people are addicts or mentally ill. A lot of people are financially struggling, kicked out of the house, part of LGBT, and don't feel accepted, and things like that where it's just not permanent. There's this false narrative that it's all permanent, and let's just keep these guys where they're at. Let's listen to their stories, and they're very vulnerable, and let's not motivate them to get out of the street. Let's not motivate them to maybe clean up and sober up, and let's actually give them needle kits so they can continue to get high, and maybe when they leave the area that they get the free needles from, maybe they go and share their extra needles with their friends. I've been there, I've done that. And that's how it is in a community with addicts. You're very caring, sometimes too caring, very stubborn. Sometimes you don't care, about what you might get when it comes to getting high. It's the needle thing, that's a whole other conversation we can talk about another time. But I get it does have its purposes, but I don't think it's being handled the way it should be out here in Morgantown, that's for sure. But yeah, absolutely, that's all I have to say.
Anybody else wishing to speak at this time? Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name's Aklawaha Holt. I live at 43 Donley down in the Wharf District. You might remember me speaking last time about being homeless and camping on your streets. I'm currently a WVU law student, so please don't come for me with your camping ban. I stopped being homeless on your streets because I had time while I was sleeping on them to get enough money to get off of them. I didn't come here with high hopes. I came here thinking you guys have made up your minds, and because it's your job to be here and listen to me, then you're here. I'm not sure that I love this perspective. I want to know how many lawyers, how many shelter workers, how many people who are actually working with these people keep having to come here and tell you that you're keeping us from being effective because we're doing all that we can and we have to be here and we're not getting paid to be here. I'm here because I believe, even though I don't think I can change your mind, because I think that staying silent is being complicit in this, and I won't be. I also Uber, and so that means I'm downtown all the time. And we all want bathrooms downtown. There is nowhere to go to the bathroom, even as an Uber driver, not as an unhoused person. Nowhere. Everywhere requires a code. A public bathroom isn't accessible for most of the night. And I also want to point out that since it's Welcome Week, there haven't been any less homeless people on the streets. We're all down there. We've all seen it. There are still homeless people everywhere. But guess what? There's still a bunch of people on High Street. There are still students every night that I'm ferrying back home. Getting rid of the homeless people doesn't help with the students because there's just as many of both, and they're both creating a mess. And I just want to know, how many of these other suggestions will you keep ignoring? Who's going to celebrate all of this cruelty that's going to come from this? A couple of landlords or all of the people that are here telling you that this isn't going to help us do our jobs?
Anybody else wishing to speak at this time?
Hi, my name is Waylon Hengler. I'm a property owner at 223 Hagen Street. I'm a medical student. I also volunteer for the local street medicine program and for Health Right, and I additionally have a master's in public health. So I am going to speak about the camping ban from like a medical and public health perspective. I wanted to make sure that we emphasize also the health costs of deciding to impose a camping ban. So obviously not everyone who is houseless struggles with addiction, but for those who do, I do want to pause to remind everybody that addiction is a disease. And pushing people who struggle with addiction away from care and out of sight will cost lives. As previous speakers have mentioned, there are also so many other medical reasons people might be houseless, from an inability to pay medical bills, to domestic violence, to trauma and mental health disorders. So this camping ban is inhumane and will cost people health and even lives. And the research really clearly demonstrates this. So studies show that enforcement of camping bans strip people of health necessities and drive people into hazardous and isolated locations that then put people at risk of things like fatal overdose and environmental injuries. So like freezing or heat injuries. These bans also make people sicker, so they increase hospitalization rates of people, and then all of the data shows that these bans actually decrease people initiating treatment for things like opioid use disorders. So I just want to repeat that. If you guys actually care about helping people access treatment for addiction, the camping ban actively harms that goal. As the American Public Health Association points out, camping bans are a temporary cosmetic fix that does nothing to connect unhoused people to services. All available research instead supports housing first approaches. So really, as a lot of people have said, the kind of only good solution to homelessness is affordable housing. Even if there were shelter space, which there isn't, you would have access issues. Not all shelters are wheelchair accessible. Most don't allow pets, and those that do then aren't livable for people with allergies. As other people have mentioned, people with severe trauma might be unable to live in crowded conditions surrounded by strangers. So shelters are, of course, extremely important and they need to be funded, but there will always be people who kind of fall through the cracks and are unable to live in them unless there is also a long-term solution of affordable housing. It's clear from everyone who's come out here that Morgantown is largely a community that cares about its unhoused members. So I'm just asking you guys to please follow the will of the community and not inflict more harm on unhoused people. There are so many real evidence-based solutions that are being proposed by other people that don't involve criminalization. So please choose your community members over aesthetics and the opinions of a few. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak at this time?
It's okay, I got it. Thank you. My name is Anna. I live in Evansdale. You've now heard a variety of community members explain why Councilor Weese's proposed camping ban is cruel and ineffective. There's not much I can say that hasn't already been addressed. However, an overarching discussion point seems to be concerns for public health and safety. Rhetoric in the online forums and from elected officials in our community have painted the poor and unhoused as nefarious criminals, creating chaos on our streets. But those of us providing direct care understand this to be largely misinformed and untrue. Actual danger and perceived danger are very different things. Perceived danger is often born from prejudice. It's difficult to believe this proposed camping ban addresses any health and safety concerns. Chief Powell reported in this very chamber that crime statistics have maintained relatively consistent over the past years. While individuals in the Facebook Greater Morgantown Forum might claim that downtown Morgantown has become a dangerous, dirty, needle, and trash-riddled area, it's challenging to find evidence to back this up. Pictures of litter in wooded areas in which the specific location can't be definitively identified from looking at the photo alone are weak evidence that a camping ban is needed. Banning folks from sleeping on the street won't suddenly make the trash or improperly disposed of needles disappear. Littering is already illegal. Lots of different kinds of people litter, and unless you actively see someone doing so, it's impossible to accurately ascribe that behavior to the correct offender. Blaming it on a marginalized, disenfranchised group of our community is a scapegoat strategy. Leaders supporting this scapegoat strategy are calling the advocates bullies while picking on folks who are already down. In a recent Dominion Post article, Chief Powell said a major problem is a lack of people reporting issues they experience. He said, quote, "There's this disconnect between what is actually reported to us and what people are saying is going on. 9 times out of 10, I'll hear about an incident or some encounter the same way the rest of the world does, by it being announced on some platform, and that's something that was never reported to us." If poor and unhoused folks are truly causing the health and safety issues that the elected officials in our county and folks on Facebook are saying, why aren't there criminal reports to back this up? How does the criminal data not reflect the issue? Because the evidence is not there. If these individuals are as violent as certain folks in our community are framing them, where are all the criminal reports to back up these encounters? Just like the rest of us, poor and unhoused people have a right to exist in public. If they had the housing and resources they needed, maybe they wouldn't be asking for help on street corners or sleeping on our streets and in our parks. The Greater Morgantown Forum might feel these people should be jailed for existing while being poor, but even our chief of police knows that's not right. Chief Powell also said in the recent DP article, quote, "Everybody has their rights. We can't pick and choose who has rights," end quote. This ordinance is not a solution for health and safety concerns. Look at other cities around the U.S. who tried this approach and failed. Your constituents are urging you to do better. We're urging you to listen to the experts who practice evidence-based solutions that yield results. You serve at the pleasure of the people, and the people are not pleased. And we will take action when you choose to ignore the countless constituents opposing this approach. Thank you.
Sir, I ask that you Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? We now close the public portion.
Did we ask if there's anyone else out there? Are there still people in the lobby, Chad? Did anyone miss their chance to speak?
One. Last one. All right. I have to reopen the public portion for.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Christopher Smith. I live on 420 Harding Avenue. So we've heard a lot of opinions tonight and a lot of solutions to these problems that we face. However, there are people sleeping on the streets tonight that don't know if they're going to live tomorrow, because who knows what might happen to them. And are we actually proposing solutions that will help them? Now, I'm an engineer, an engineering student at WVU, and I know how to analyze problems and how to compose solutions for them. Now, when you are doing this, you need to make sure that there is a linear way, a linear set of steps for the problem to be solved. Is this something that follows that qualification? I don't believe that it is. Because ultimately, picking people up on the streets and putting them in jail, how is it going to get them into a situation where they're a productive member of society? They are not going to be a productive member of society if they are in jail. They are not going to be a productive member of society if they have a criminal record, if they are stuck not being able to get a job. This is not society. They are not going to be a productive member of society. You're good. This ultimately is not going to solve our problem here. What will solve this problem is evidence-based solutions. We know this because what has happened before is likely what will happen again. It's basic logic. So why aren't we following those evidence-based solutions? Now, the reason why we might not be following these evidence-based solutions is that we might not be following these evidence-based solutions is that we have these preconceptions about these people that we are trying to help. We have these preconceptions about these situations that we are trying to solve. We think we understand them. We think we see the solution, and it all looks so perfect. It looks great. But that doesn't always track with reality. Unfortunately, in, say, engineering, what looks like a solution isn't always. You have to run the numbers. You have to follow every situation. You have to make sure that every problem gets solved. You have to look at every situation. Now, on one side, you have entire flow charts that we've already seen that follow each and every situation. They follow what's going to happen, what will lead to what, and
I'll extend your time because you were interrupted.
Oh, thank you.
A few more seconds. You can keep going. Since you're interrupted, you can finish your sentence.
So on one side, you have all of these solutions leading into another. On the other side, you have a strong want to help these people, sure, but at the same time, are they actually coming up with solutions to do so? This plan that you have in front of you, is it actually going to work? You need to ask yourself if it's going to work, if it's going to work in every situation. And I really don't think it is. So thank you for having me.
Can you double check to make sure there's no one else out there? Yes, please. We're good? Okay. Now I close the public portion. All right. We do not have any special committee reports. We have our consent agenda. The first would be the consideration of an approval of the Met Theater Electrical Installation Services. That was the bid award, 2025-01. The consideration of approval, of a resolution authorizing certain individuals of the city of Morgantown to transact business with the city's various banking institutions. We have consideration of approval of a resolution authorizing a contract with the Mon County Board of Ed for prevention resource officers at Suncrest Middle With consideration of approval of a resolution authorizing a contract with the Mon County Board of Ed for a school resource officer at Morgantown High School. Is there any of these items that someone would like to have removed from the consent agenda?
I don't really want it removed, but I am questioning the first one, Metropolitan Theater Electrical Installation Services. Why we only had one contractor bid?
Yes. I think you got to just take it off.
And take it off.
Just take it off, and then you can just talk about it.
So I'm just moving that down to new business?
Yeah.
All right. As for items B, C, and D?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Is it by roll call or acclamation? Roll call.
Clerk calls the roll.
Bill Koecki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Buganim?
Yes, passes 7-0. Under new business, we can just do that one first then. The Metropolitan Theater for Electrical Installation Services bid award.
Yes, I move for approval.
Second.
All right.
Now for discussion.
Yes.
City Manager Hawes?
Why is it we have only one?
Only one responded.
Only one?
Only one. And the bid was reviewed by engineering and finance department, and the other departments affected. It fits within our budget that's been allocated by the city council. And that's the recommendation.
It's certainly worthwhile, and I'd like to see it installed. I am a little uncomfortable with knowing that it's good value for the bid.
Ms. Mazzarelli, do you have any other information that I don't have on that?
I mean, when we worked on electrical systems for the Met before, it's different than having an electrician kind of wire this building. I think there's some specifics with the theatrical lights that are involved with this, so I don't know if that hindered involvement. All of our bids go out through the same process. We will directly solicit contractors that we're aware of, but then also publicly advertise them. We have both some of the funding in capital escrow, but then also facilities grant from the West Virginia Commission on Arts, Culture, and History to support this project as well.
Have we used this contractor previously?
I'm not personally aware of if we have or not. Sorry.
I would like to see this happen.
So would I.
It is frustrating when there's only one. It's just sometimes there's only one.
However, if you only have one and they meet the minimum qualifications of the bid, it's really hard to, I mean, they were willing to respond and nobody else was. It's hard to justify going back to rebid it and putting, I mean, these folks put a lot of money into that bid. And so that's why we're recommending it. Usually we have more than one bid, but once in a while we get one bidder on projects.
I've already committed myself, haven't I?
No, it's just hard because we want work done at the Met, and it is frustrating when we just get one bid. So I don't know how you reconcile that, but.
Sure.
But the minimum expectations were met.
Yes.
Now, based on that recommendation, I guess I'm in favor of it, so call for the question.
Bill Koecki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher.
Yes.
Mayor Buchanan.
Yes, passes 7-0. Next, we have consideration of approval of a first reading of an ordinance providing for the zoning reclassification of certain parcels of real estate in the first ward of the city of Morgantown, tax district 9, tax map 48A, parcel 12, commonly known as 1433 Dorsey Avenue, from an R1 single-family residential to a B1 service business district, amending Article 1331 of the Planning and Zoning Code of the City of Morgantown, as shown on the exhibit here to attached and declared to be part of this ordinance, as if the same were fully set forth here.
Move to approve?
Second. All right, and then I believe we have Yeager here. Nothing to really add to, or I guess we had it during the committee of the whole.
If you have any questions, good evening, council, good evening, mayor. Just to reiterate, this would rezone that piece of property at the intersection of Dorsey Avenue and Lucky Lane to B1 business neighborhood district.
And originally it was a split decision, and then this time it was unanimous in the planning commission, is that right?
The Planning Commission's initial review of this application, it wasn't a split decision, but there were some dissension. And this meeting, for the recommendation of the B1, it was unanimous.
Unanimous.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Makes good sense. Let's vote on it.
Bill Koecki.
Yes.
Weezy Michael.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine.
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull.
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger.
Yes.
Brian Butcher.
Yes.
Mayor Buchanan.
Yes, passes 7-0. Next, consideration of approval of first reading of an ordinance providing for the zoning reclassification of certain portions of parcels of real estate in the fourth ward of the city of Morgantown, tax district 12, tax map 14, parcels 12.1, 13, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, and 498, and tax map 15, parcels 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 92.1, 93, 93.1, 93.2, 93.3, 94, 95, 96, 97, 277, 278, 279, from an OI, office and institutional district, to a R3, multifamily residential district, amending Article 1331 of the Planning and Zoning Code of the City of Morgantown, as shown on the exhibit here to attached and declared to be a part of this ordinance, as if the same were fully set forth herein. All right. You have to catch my breath.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Do we want to have
Do you want
Ricky?
Ricky back up.
Ricky to identify for our audience as to what we're talking about?
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening again. So the parcels that you listed, the description encompasses about 9 acres of land along University Avenue and to the west of Ensign Road. And that's kind of the area where there are 5 apartment buildings owned by Metro Properties that are located there. This particular 9-acre section is right behind that. And while there is no active site plan before the city to review right now, the intention is to develop townhomes in this location between 20 and I think 27, somewhere in there. So Planning Commission took a look at this, and they found that the proposal was in keeping with the city's comprehensive plan and recommended approval. The vote, I will mention, was 6-1-0. So there was one member that thought had other, considerations. So.
Do you want to explain the concerns from that member?
That particular member looked at potentially looking at the project side as doing a planned unit development. And while that was certainly an option for this particular piece of property, when you looked at the comprehensive plan and then the area that is currently zoned, that entire area up there is zoned basically R3. And then there's that section that's, and you can see it in your packet, that is OI. And so that is what's being addressed. And historically, there's been considerations about addressing that OI designation in the past. It just didn't come to fruition. But the property owner is now requesting that be done.
All right. Anybody else question?
Thanks.
These
extra few parcels at OI, is there an idea to change those to R3? I'm sorry.
Yes, so that wasn't part of the applicant's proposal, but staff does plan to reach out to them depending on how this goes to see if the other applicants would want to join a future application to kind of clean that up.
The other parcel owners around?
Pardon me?
The other parcel owners
The ones
surrounding
that
it?
are- Yes. Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bill Kolecki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes?
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Abu-Ghanem?
Yes, passes 7-0. Next, we have a consideration of approval of a resolution of the Morgantown City Council directing the study of the availability of affordable housing in Morgantown and develop recommendations, including policies, programs, and/or initiatives to preserve and increase the supply of affordable housing opportunities within the community.
Move to approve?
Second.
Ryan or Ricky?
Sure, I'd be happy to describe the resolution. This directs the city manager to study affordable housing programs and propose policies and initiatives to city council within 180 days and provide monthly updates on the progress of that effort as they go along.
Discussion?
Sounds great. Let's call the question.
Bill Kolecki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Abu-Ghanem?
Yes, passes 7-0. Next, we have the consideration of approval in the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Morgantown creating a new article of City Code entitled Camping on Public Property.
Move to approve?
Second.
So this
No, we've talked about it.
discussion?
I don't, I have several things I would like to see amended on this if we were to bring it forward. I think, first and foremost, though, I think we've all seen 5 versions of this ordinance. I understand there's probably more out there. I, again, feel, given a lot of the complexities of what's proposed here and the seeming lack of attention to the burdens that we're going to put on staff, all kinds of language that's in this. I'm even uncertain as to if this was, it didn't seem like a version of the ordinance, at least in whole, that I had ever even seen an email, but yet it ended up on our agenda. For that reason, I would ask that we table the ordinance, and I'll make that motion now.
And we did not have the meeting with staff that I asked for, and we discussed it the last meeting, and it seemed like people were in favor. I asked to speak to the police chief, Public Works, and as someone brought up during the public portion, it would be really great to talk to our judge about this. So I'll second the motion to table.
So I have a motion, help me out with this. If there's a motion to table, we go to the
Just
question.
a vote on the motion.
Bill Kolecki?
No.
Weezy Michael?
No.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
No.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
No.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Abu-Ghanem?
Yes, but it fails, 4-3. So we go back to the original approval motion that was for the approval of the ordinance.
Okay, so I have some amendments I'd like to see made. I guess the first one I would propose the city already has plenty of laws in place, as we were sent from the city attorney, to address things that were mentioned tonight, things like using drugs on public property, blocking sidewalks, blocking streets, any number of illegal activity. This ban does nothing to address that. However, the ban does have in findings and purpose that camping on public property, except public property, it might be designed or managed for camping as a public health and safety hazard due to the interference with other intended uses in some areas, such as daily operations of the city, events at public buildings or parks. The rest of that section deals with blocking intersections, roadways, public health and safety. Again, this ordinance does nothing to address those, so I would propose that we strike that from camping on public property until the end of it, and simply replace it with unauthorized camping in public spaces can interfere with the use, from that until concerns due to a citizen's of increased risk of spread of disease and potential for citizens contracting illness, and replace, just strike that whole entirely. Sorry, not replace it, but I don't, again, we already have laws that address this. I think going on and on about the risk that individuals face when they're sleeping outside in this ordinance is just a poor attempt to avoid litigation and act like we're concerned about these issues when there's no way that, like, putting a piece of criminalization within this ordinance addresses these public health concerns. There's plenty of things we could be doing to try to address the actual concerns that we've heard from people tonight about public safety, and I share those concerns, and this doesn't do it. So from camping on public property until contracting illness, I just propose that we strike that portion of the ordinance.
Second.
Discussion? Can you highlight again
Yeah,
where?
can you please
where we're
So
going?
you're
clarify where
finding
you're
a
talking?
purpose? Sorry, let me pull it back up.
Section 1, the sixth
Yeah.
line of the first paragraph.
Purpose of the scope.
Still about 4 lines up of that paragraph.
So section 1, beginning with camping on public property.
Until contracting illness.
Got it.
I would leave it in there.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure why, because it doesn't do those things, right? Like camping on public property, in the strictest terms, where we're saying like somebody's pitching a tent, is not legal. Now, what we are doing is banning sleeping on public property, not banning camping. Even calling this a camping ban is, like, on its face, a little strange.
So you're saying that, like, the last sentence of what you're proposing to strike says camping without adequate sanitation services such as sewer, water, garbage presents a public health and safety concern. You don't think that should be in there?
Oh, I mean, it certainly does do camping without adequate sanitation services, sewer, water, and garbage presents a public health and safety concern. That's true. This does nothing to address that. It's not public bathrooms. It's not, any way to clean up after people. Nothing like that. So I'm not sure why it's in there.
Regardless
Again,
of where people sleep, these activities would still be happening.
Well, if people were sleeping indoors, that wouldn't be happening.
this doesn't get people to sleep indoors. Unless you mean a jail.
No, I mean, trying to connect people to services, but going back to the camping, I mean, being able to camp, I mean, we just can't, in my opinion, condone camping anywhere within the city, and for some of these exact reasons, for sanitation water, garbage, public health, biohazardous waste. I mean, I don't know how we can allow that to happen anywhere within the city.
So again, so do you think this is going to stop people from camping? And the other question I have is do our laws not already prevent a lot of that behavior? We clean up encampments all the time, constantly. And so what we're proposing is, let's do that more, because this worked so well in the past and cost us and saved us so much money in the past. You know what I mean? And it's not even necessarily germane to what we're talking about right now, though, because all I'm saying is that portion of the ordinance is not germane to the law that we're passing. And again,
Why wouldn't it be germane?
I've just explained it. It's not relevant to it, because camping on public property, except public property, were designed and managed for camping as a public health and safety concern due to interference with other intended uses in some areas. So we have laws to address that already.
And even if we do, tell me how that will change the effect of this ordinance.
It doesn't. It just makes it more honest as to what it's actually doing. And then, again, I have other amendments that I'm proposing, but this is deceitful to place inside of your findings and purpose, because it's not achieving the goals that it's purporting to set out to achieve.
I would differ. I would say that that's exactly what we're trying to do, and that's exactly what this does.
So this stops people, so this does something unique from the laws that we have that says that you can't camp or pitch tents or block areas, any number of things that, again, the city attorney has sent us many laws that we already have that we're able to enforce. So this ordinance does something unique to those that addresses these concerns?
Well, the other ones had to do more with parks, and this enlarges it.
No. I'm not talking about the parks and encampments there. I'm talking about the laws that we have on the books that prevent people from blocking sidewalks, from littering.
This is talking specifically about camping. This is talking specifically about camping.
Mm-hmm. And we already disallowed that, right?
Only in certain areas.
Only certain
so
places.
Do you think it's legal, Bill, to pitch a tent on the sidewalk right now? Has it been legal? Have we stopped people from doing that?
I saw it recently down at the right off of University Avenue, right next to
Have we stopped people from doing it?
I think at the request of the property owners, we did. Yes.
So did we do that illegally?
Well, if it was at the request of property owners, it's
I don't know what
private
kind of
property,
trap
and
you're
this
trying to
doesn't
set.
help.
I'm not trying to set a trap. I'm referring to the laws that we've been sent, and we're all acting like we haven't seen them. I hope that everybody's read them. I'm not trying to set a trap.
Well,
I can't tell you how many meetings I sat in with various people from various organizations, from police to social service organizations, where we go through this and they all say eventually, yeah, I understand your problem. And then their answer the very next day is, I can't help you, but I will continue to do the good that I can do, which means that they actually encourage the activity because they provide them with the necessary equipment to do it. Whether it's a tent, a machete, camping gear, they're better equipped than our Boy Scouts.
That is the most ridiculous thing
It's not ridiculous. You just take a look at what's collected.
Bill, I'm in encampments.
question on this amendment.
I'm in encampments every week. You can't just say they're more well equipped than Boy Scouts and expect me to accept that. That's what you said.
No. I said that there are a group of people who do the good they could do by giving them all these gears.
I ask that those in the audience refrain as discussion takes place. Thank you.
So we've called the question on the amendment.
Bill Koecki?
On the amendment?
On the amendment.
Correct.
No.
Weezy Michael?
The amendment?
No.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
No.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
No.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Buganim?
Yes. Fails 4-3.
Okay.
Back to the original ordinance.
Sure. I move to propose another amendment. Perhaps people will understand this one.
I ask that the counselor please refrain from the sarcasm.
Sure. The, under section 1157.04, section C. So, with the way this ordinance is currently written, with section C in it, it directly violates our order on encampments that were to store public property. So this would disallow us from storing public property or private property on public property. So we wouldn't be able to do lockers like we've talked about on public property. And also we wouldn't have anywhere to store people's belongings unless we found some other private property to store them on. And again, highlighting the kind of issues that this ordinance has that we probably could have ironed out if we'd given it some time. But that's the amendment, it's just striking item C.
And I would just look to our attorney for advice on if Councilor Butcher's amendment, if that, I mean, it appears that does make sense if you would agree or not.
Well, Councilor, the determination what to include in the amendment or not is a policy question for council. So not something for me to agree to or otherwise. There's a prohibition in the ordinance as drafted on storage of personal property in public places. It is limited by a clause that says, except as otherwise specifically authorized pursuant to this code or other applicable law. So if some city law would otherwise allow storage of lockers or something else, I believe that clause would allow the city to do that, although it would need to do so by code or law.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You certainly can amend to make that clear or to strike the term as proposed. It's not to say you cannot or should not amend the ordinance.
No, I think you're clear on that except where specifically authorized pursuant to this code or other applicable law would cover that.
So our order for encampments is not law, right? It's a policy, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Our order on encampments is not law, it's a policy, correct?
You're talking about
General
the
Order.
Police Department General Order 339, which is a process for removing encampments or other living situations.
Right.
Yes, I think that's a policy, not a law.
Right.
So our policy says we're going to store, but we don't have a law that says so. I second the motion.
If we at some point need to strengthen it to deal with lockers or some other, we certainly could make a change. I mean, the intent is to have there be exceptions.
Right.
That would be reasonable.
But right now, if we pass it as it stands, we cannot follow our order on encampments. So I'm not sure why we're leaving it in as it stands. But, I mean, that's up to council to decide, but that's what it does.
So if this were to be removed, it would not take away the opportunity for the lockers. If we were to leave it in, it prevents the opportunity for storage facilities and lockers.
What's more concerning right now, I think, is that General Order 339, a policy of the Morgantown Police Department, says that if an encampment is closed, we will store people's personal belongings for a period of time, and this says that we can't do that.
I see.
I think that that's misconstruing, because it says otherwise specifically authorized pursuant to this code or other applicable law. If we have something on the books already that says that they store items, this doesn't overturn that.
That's why I was asking the city attorney if that's on the books, the order, and it's not. It's just a policy, not a law. So, again, it's in direct conflict.
I mean, this is any person to store personal property. This isn't our law enforcement storing items that they have kept for people.
It's
a person storing their personal property, not items that are.
But it's just our law enforcement storing their personal property, not that person storing their personal property. Like,
Just don't think that's the intention of this. And to take out any public property, improved or unimproved, doesn't help matters any.
it allows it not to conflict with our encampment policy.
Well, it's one way of doing that, but there's a lot of other ways you could do that.
Sure. And again, like, I feel like we could have more robust conversations around that, but we've not given ourselves an opportunity to do so. So
I would leave that alone, and I imagine that police could store personal items for people.
it would not be something they should be doing.
Well, the only thing this is specifically prohibiting is a person doing that, not a public official or an officer doing that.
I mean, it doesn't say for any person to store their own personal property.
I think we're getting picky in here.
Probably.
I'm not sure. I mean, I just feel like it makes the law easier to understand, especially for our police department. Since it's in direct conflict, I thought this might be something that would be a little bit more acceptable. I'm surprised that it's not.
I think it's a way to gut it, but.
I think it's acceptable.
I think it reads good.
I would leave it alone.
I'd like to leave it alone as well.
And so what's the justification for that? I'm just curious.
That it's referring to a person storing
Okay, but
their
like
own
what
property.
utility is it serving by leaving it in?
That we don't have so much abandoned personal property in different places.
Okay. So,
It does not preclude making a facility. If we would like to make a facility, or if we would like to
Sure.
have a certain item and it is not somehow specifically authorized here, I'm certain that we could manage that.
sure. It still does violate that order. So,
I don't think that it does, because it's about a person storing their items in public spaces, not about a public official storing an item in a storage area.
I gotcha.
May we look to the attorney in regards to that portion, because you're.
I think, if I'm understanding correctly, the concern is that the ordinance would prohibit the city or the city's departments from storing property on city property, and I wouldn't read it that way. Certainly could clarify it. I mean, there are other laws that allow, for instance, the city manager to manage public property and authorize uses there by permit or license, such as street encroachments. So I think there are provisions in place for that, but there's certainly no harm in specifically addressing in the ordinance how you want that to work, if you'd like to amend it.
If you're not into taking anything out, can we say unlawful for any person except for city officer or city
Oh.
employee, like,
What if it was another social service agency person that was trying to store someone's personal property? You certainly wouldn't want to leave them out.
But they wouldn't be storing it on public property.
This just has a specific intent, and it's pretty, anyway, you can take it to a vote if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, we have the first and second.
So, wait, real quick, I'm sorry. Are we voting to remove or to change the language?
there's a motion and a second to remove.
Okay. To remove.
Yeah.
To remove item C from item 04. So that any public property improved or unimproved.
Okay. Motion to remove section C. Bill Kolecki?
No.
Weezy Michael?
No.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
No.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
No.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Buganum?
Yes, fails 43.
And one of the other issues I have is, so under section 1157.07, penalties for violations. Section E, no citation shall be issued or criminal penalty imposed in a section unless a person in violation of this article has been offered alternative shelter and refused the offer. So we don't define what that means. I believe this ordinance should. Because there's no provision in this ordinance to say what happens if there isn't appropriate shelter for people who have been cited. The amendment I would propose is that we add a line that says adequate and appropriate shelter must be available within city limits for the individual to access, as well as care for their belongings and/or pet, in order for a offer of shelter to be deemed as refused. If an individual is banned from congregate shelter or is otherwise mentally or socially unfit for a congregate setting, shelter setting, appropriate caseworkers must be identified by the city before any punitive enforcement measures are to take place, is what I would add.
Second.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that the shelter would have to be, where did you say the location had to be?
Within city limits. I don't know what else, like, we can do.
Because people can go to shelters at other locations.
I will say that people that I've spoken to have helped people by driving them to shelters outside of city limits. I think removing just in city limits might be something worth considering.
Sure.
So at least there's shelter provided.
Available for this individual to access.
If we're part of a continuum of care that's greater than our area, I would think that then that would open us up to the availability of other places.
I'm sure those other cities will like us sending people there, like we complain about other cities sending people here. But if Brian is amenable to taking out within city limits, I would still second that.
Well, I just thought of the shelter that I already know that's outside, so that's very close, so.
Can you read that one more time
Yeah.
with that language?
Yeah.
Adequate and appropriate shelter must be available for this individual to access, as well as care for their belongings and/or pet, in order for an offer of shelter to be deemed as refused. If an individual is banned from congregate shelter or is otherwise mentally or socially unfit for a congregate shelter setting, appropriate caseworkers must be identified by the city before any punitive enforcement measures are to take place.
I'm not in favor of that at this time, but if I could see it written out before another time, I would consider it.
Well, we can't amend it after this.
Amend it after this.
Second reading. Can we amend on second reading?
The ordinance can't be adopted at the same reading when it's materially amended. So if amended, it wouldn't be able to be adopted at the next reading.
Then I'm just not seeing it.
I guess a clarification question, I don't even know if I'm supposed to, but I think yours specifically refers to congregate shelters, but if an offer for housing is a non-congregate shelter, would that not be considered an offer for housing, or like if there was all, because I know that there are other options for shelters that aren't just congregate shelters.
Sure. I don't know of any program that you can get somebody to upon having an immediate interaction with them. Not that I've had any experience with.
Could you just like add it as an addition in the event that it became an option, so that way in the future we don't prevent ourselves from the opportunity to provide congregate / non.
I think the, but to read it again, just so, but because I think the only purpose of that is that sometimes congregate shelters can propose or impose some bad outcomes for people that don't. So just to read it again, if an individual is banned from congregate shelter or is otherwise mentally or socially unfit for congregate shelter. So I don't think it like disallows, there's nothing in here that would like disallow it, because it says adequate and appropriate shelter must be available within the city, or not that part, must be available for this individual to access as well as care for their belongings and pet in order for a shelter offer to be deemed as refused. So that leaves the door open for congregate and non-congregate settings. I'm just saying that sometimes getting people into congregate settings can be complex for the reasons I just talked about.
I mean, as we
Did
heard
you have
earlier, if there was an individual who was LGBTQ hateful and the only bed available was at Rainbow House, that's not an appropriate shelter. If the 28-bed facility is full, as it is going to be if we ever get it open and it starts to get cold, I think that appropriate shelter is very important here. You just can't tell someone like, well, there's a bed available at Rainbow House, so if you don't go there, then you're refusing.
I think that we're making it way complicated.
What I worry about is for the police that need to enforce this ordinance, they need to have a clear idea of what refused shelter means, and how can you tell someone who's, when there's no beds available, you've refused shelter? Like, are we just telling the
The
police
idea
that-
is to have opportunities available.
Okay, so
Appropriate available.
we can put that in the ordinance.
So if we can't find someone a bed, what will police be tasked with doing with them? If they call around and there is no bed available that they can find in a reasonable amount of time, are we going to leave that person be?
I don't know any officer that would just leave it.
That's not what the ordinance says, though.
No, I know. I'm just trying to talk through this so that.
I'm not saying like leave them high and dry. I'm saying like, are they going to allow them to do as they are choosing to do and stay where, if there is no bed that they can find available, if there is no available shelter, what is the course of action for an officer? That's my question.
I think the idea is to offer enough different possibilities, like going to other counties if that's necessary, or going other places so that we do develop something. And if there is a type of person that's super hard to place, then that's going to be up to all of us to come up with some solutions for people that are super hard to place, because that's been a problem for a long time, and that's probably not going to be solved tonight.
And we're tasking our police force with this? The
I doubt
already
it.
stretched thin police force are going to be
I doubt it.
tasked with trying to find a bed in other counties that's available to send someone?
We have 3 of the largest health providers in this town, WVU, Chestnut Ridge, and Mon Health. I'm pretty sure if it's an emergency situation, they would probably take them to WVU Hospital for an evaluation for Chestnut Ridge, if that's what you're, for an intake.
What if they're not mentally
I
ill?
mean,
They're just outside.
I'm not just saying mentally ill. I don't know, Danielle, what the situation, we don't know in each and every situation.
I know.
So we can't keep changing things for something that may or may not happen.
So I mean.
So we haven't thought this through.
Yeah, and
I think there's been a lot of thinking through.
I've tried to just like, I've tried to get people placed all the time, and it's relatively impossible. I have people staying in the hotel program that we run almost every night. I have people that I have to turn away almost every day.
I understand this one. I think that this opens up the opportunity to help provide.
So what? Yeah.
This would open up the opportunity to help provide shelter because it's not always guaranteed. And there are emergency situations like we are in right now where we don't have a shelter available. And I would hate for something to happen again in the future where we don't. And we don't have a safeguard in place to address that. Just my food for thought as it relates to the idea of us trying to be helpful.
We have had several H3 meetings recently. We are not even in control of our own space at this point. There is no legal way for Catholic Charities to open that shelter because a lease is still held by another organization. And we are trying to work with that organization to get that lease invalidated and freed up. But everyone says it's going to be September 1st. That's in 10 days. We don't even have our own space back yet, let alone a lease with someone else to start running another business.
And if it weren't for this particular ordinance, you probably wouldn't be having a conversation.
Bill, I've been working on that for months and months. Don't say we wouldn't be having the conversation.
Did you get the kind of engagement that you'd hoped for? Or were you talking to yourself?
With Catholic Charities? We were talking to them way before anyone ever brought up this ordinance. We went to them and asked them back in March, April, when we knew Bartlett House was closing, before anyone got the bright idea to just say, it's illegal, so they'll disappear.
I would ask them to maintain a decorum, please. I see this amendment as a potential tool, as an asset. I also understand the concern in terms of it watering down. But if it's written as such to provide people with shelter, not just in the city, I could see it as an avenue to help with engagement, to help provide more services. But should we call the question?
On which thing? On an amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need
Sure.
the amendment? And it does not say within city. It says,
Right.
Okay.
You want to just read it?
Would you please?
Please, and a little slower and louder.
Sure.
Thank you.
Adequate and appropriate shelter must be available for this individual to access as well as care for their belongings and/or pet in order for an offer of shelter to be deemed as refused. If an individual is banned from congregate shelter or is otherwise mentally or socially unfit for a congregate shelter setting, appropriate caseworkers must be identified by the city before any punitive enforcement measures are to take place.
In other words, shelter has to be available before anything punitive, fine, or...
Yeah.
I'm in favor of working toward those things, but, I mean, say someone has an unusual pet, it just seems very specific and problematic, and I would not put that into this ordinance.
Well, so the belongings, so shelter, belongings, and pets are the three key things that you need to solve for as a homeless service provider in order to adequately house people and achieve a low barrier shelter model. It's like well known within the shelter, establishing good shelter practices. So that's why it's in there. It doesn't mean, I think we should allow for reasonable accommodations of pets, obviously. That's why it's there, is because if you're really trying to try to get people into shelter in the most amount possible, so that we're addressing things like public health and people being out on the street all the time and people not being in that situation anymore, not being in encampments, then you should follow like the housing practices that have been established. So that's again why it's in there. Yeah.
Just to kind of go one step further with this, we have on section 4 right below it, the effective date application that says this ordinance shall be effective 30 days after adoption, provided that if no emergency shelter is open within the city, the effective date will be delayed until such time as an emergency shelter is open.
So we have in the city in that part.
Well, we do. But I was just thinking in terms of adoption of this, we're saying that there needs to be shelter in place before this ordinance goes into effect.
The shelter has to be open, but it doesn't say space has to be available, is my concern with this.
What's your concern?
The shelter has to be
The
open.
part that Dave is referencing says we won't put this into effect until an emergency shelter is open within the city. But it doesn't, like, it's 28 beds. When it gets below 40 degrees, that shelter is always full.
So we're probably going to have to work on more shelter.
But this will allow
this would
us.
spur us to do so.
This would allow us, though, to not have to be able to utilize our neighbors to help. Because we're always talking about utilizing assets that are available to us, and this would provide that. But
Cool question.
for the amendment.
For the amendment.
Bill Koecki?
I'd feel much better if I saw that amendment completely written out without all the, well, we'll take this out or we'll put this in.
Do
you want me to send it to you real quick, Bill? Or? Like just email it?
Well,
We cannot amend this at the second reading with language on that particular item.
It
I
can
thought
be
we could make a
amended.
minor amendment at that time.
It can be amended on second reading, but it cannot be materially amended at the same reading when it's adopted. So if you make a material change to the ordinance on second reading, then there would just be a third reading before the ordinance could be adopted.
would you consider this, Chair, or would you consider this being definitive?
I'm not aware of legal standards on what constitutes a material amendment. This does address the substance of the ordinance. It's not like a technical correction to a typographical
Well, I don't think
error.
it's our intention that we're looking to collect money from homeless people. We are looking to put them in touch with people that can help them. So it's not necessarily that we're hoping to be punitive. It's we need an incentive. Unfortunately, that's the way people are. But there needs to be some sort of reasonable understanding of how it would be applied. I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, is what I'm saying. And on the other hand, I don't know that that particular phrase is going to satisfy anybody who is against this ordinance, no matter how it's written.
No,
I think that's the intent.
I don't think.
I don't think
that's-
he's going to vote for the ordinance.
Yeah,
either.
I don't think that's the intent. It's just that I feel like if we pass it as it is now, I think that would be, I can't imagine being an officer like having to deal with that situation because I've had to deal with that situation as a service provider, but now I'm having to say to somebody, well, tomorrow I'm going to come back after this, there's no shelter, and I guess I have to give you a ticket now. And then I guess the next day I have to come back with no shelter open, and you're facing jail time. That's what we're asking them to do without making this amendment.
I think we're asking them to help find shelter, and it's our job to help make sure that they have the resources that they need. And I'm not sure that the amendment that you're putting forth does that.
Why is that?
To be fair, I asked to talk to the police chief to figure out what kind of resources he would need in order to enforce this, and that was not, it was not scheduled. It was not made possible. I'll tell you, I've talked to specific officers, and I've talked to specific people in public works, and they hate this. Like, they don't have enough time and resources to be doing, this is going to be a full-time job. So I hope we're prepared to hire more public works officers who are going to be charged with cleaning things up and moving people along. And I hope that we have some great plan for recruiting police officers that hasn't been brought up so far, because no one's going to want to work here if this is what we're telling them they have to do with all their time.
We're already asking Public Works to clean this up.
Yeah.
They're already spending an inordinate amount
They're
of time
already
on this.
behind on a lot of other things because they don't have the manning to do that. They'll tell you they're and I mean, it is a lot to clean up, and I am no fan of
Well, it has to
trash.
be cleaned up sometime, one way or another.
Certainly.
Sooner or
But we
later.
already banned camping along the rail trail. I see no shortage of trash there. I don't get it.
And this doesn't stop people from sleeping outside. You're going to create a cyclical nature, as people said, in which people are still going to be sleeping outside, only now you've just made it worse for them, harder for them to get housing. But again, this is a question on this amendment. I sent it to everybody. I sent you the wrong version the first time.
Ignore the first version?
Yeah. If you'd like to read it.
This just says if shelter is not available, then you have to hook them up with a caseworker to help them find shelter. What's the problem here?
It's banned.
Our police are not caseworkers.
I also did accidentally underline a part that remained missing, but that's
What are you saying?
I don't think this adds.
Yeah, this does not need, absolutely not.
I think it's really hard to say.
I think this
the
is
purpose
good,
of
this is good
ordinance
for
is to-
explaining how we might work on implementation.
I just think it's hard to say this ordinance is an effort to get people connected with services, but if there's no services available, tough is.
We've not, I've elucidated that if somebody, we're putting the police in a position in which if they interact with somebody, there's no shelter available, and you've given them a citation, then all they're left to believe is that the second citation, they're going to need to keep issuing them citations because we have written nothing into this law that says otherwise.
So the idea is to continue
We're just saying we don't like it,
developing-
and I'm not hearing from you why.
The idea is to develop more shelter. The idea is to develop more places for people to be. and not allow camping. So if we're figuring out ways that then people can camp, that's not the intent. The
It's not
intent is to
figuring
not
out-
have camping.
It's not figuring out ways that people can then camp. It's if we are to actually have this exception, then we need to understand and be clear about what it is that it is doing. And if the intention is to get people into
It
services.
may be that we're not doing it in the way that you're saying. There's another path that happens.
So explain to me then how the situation I've described a couple times now is resolved under this law, the way it's currently constituted.
We're not going to cure homelessness.
Explain, I'm talking about one very specific situation, and I'm not, and you're telling, the answer to that is we're not going to cure homelessness? Like, I'm talking about this very specific, narrow set of circumstances in which you have written this law that tells you that if somebody, no citation shall be issued nor any criminal penalty if they refuse shelter. Why is it a problem to define how you refuse shelter? Like, I don't understand how saying that we're not going to cure homelessness is germane to that topic. I understand that.
Because the idea is not to figure out that, the person has a pet and are we accommodating the pet as a person? The idea is to work with the person to find a place rather than figuring out all the ways that we can't accommodate them and then we decide, well, they can go camping after all. And that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get people into shelter, into places.
So again, that's not addressing the idea that what do we do when there's no shelter space available?
You work to develop more shelter spaces.
What does a police officer do?
What are the things that you do, right? When you're figuring out these things, you're figuring out.
I have to tell
maybe-
people all the time, good luck, I am sorry.
Well, then sometimes maybe we're going to have to tell people, good luck, I'm sorry.
Right, but I don't put them, I
It's not
don't
good
give
luck,
them a
I'm
criminal
sorry, it's
citation.
good luck, you're going to jail.
And I don't write a law that gives them a criminal citation because they don't have a shelter space. And I would like to
The
correct
idea is
this.
to spur us all on to figure out more places that people can go.
So
I'm spurred.
Yeah.
I don't know about
Good.
you, Brian, but I've been spurred for years.
and I.
You can make fun, but that's the
I-
idea.
How does this amendment not do that as well?
It just
If your
doesn't.
intent is to enforce this ordinance, how does this not spur on people in order to develop shelter? Like you're telling me, so we have no idea how we're going to deal with that situation other than we'll develop more shelter, which we've been trying to do for years, but have got less shelter beds, like, 20% less than we had the year before.
I was reading Jonathan
So
Deller's
if you want me to
He's adding
address,
another 50 beds.
if you want me to address that, I can.
Sure,
but-
Brian, go ahead.
Sure.
You go.
So it's not, all the things that you're talking about are not low barrier shelter situations. I just had a guy that I'm taking out of a hotel. He has waited a month on the same recovery bed at the Center for Hope and Healing, which my wife works for, by the way, that you're citing there. A lot of the other programs that you're citing are programs that you have to pay for, thousands of
Orange Wish
dollars.
has 10 beds open today,
I understand.
free of charge.
you understand-
No charge.
Do you understand that?
But you
like,
keep saying they have to pay for it.
Not-
In Orange Wish, you do not have to pay for it.
Many of the places that you have cited, you do have to pay for. You've also cited a bunch of beds that are already taken up. It took me, again, a month to get somebody into the Center for Hope and Healing.
That's all you're doing.
I'm not stalling.
That's exactly what you're doing.
I ask that all of
One-
council, council from the third ward, maintain quorum.
Can we vote on this amendment?
Can we vote on this amendment?
I don't see where it makes major help, but I can see that as we're developing policies or we're figuring out ways to implement it, we certainly can use that information.
Yeah, we're developing policy right now. We're trying to
Yeah.
pass a law.
We have to vote on the amendment.
Calling for the question.
Yeah, I'm calling for the question on the amendment.
On the amendment.
Bill Koecki?
All right, I'm going to pass on this. I'm going to say no, but I would entertain it if,
The amendment.
Okay. No,
at a later date.
I'm sorry.
There's no later date.
I'm a no.
Deputy Mayor Jenny Celine?
No?
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
No.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Tara Buganim?
Yes,
the mayor.
fails 4-3.
Mayor, I have to ask a question.
Come back to the discussion of the original ordinance.
Well, I think that's all I got. You know, I think the only other thing we could do to make this like actually live up to what it's saying is to remove any of the criminal punishment aspects of it. If we're saying that it's strange to me that we're building in the things that we've been asking for in terms of casework and trying to coordinate with service providers into a ban on camping. When we could just be doing that and paying caseworkers to do it instead of asking our police department to do it. But if we can't even agree on what adequate shelter is, I don't know what we could do to make this any better.
Other discussion? I have a problem with 115702 that defines habitation as being evidenced by the use of camp paraphernalia, but we're talking about a blanket or a hammock as camp paraphernalia because I see people in parks with hammocks set up all the time who certainly are not habitating there, but we've defined habitation as evidenced by the use of a blanket or a hammock, so I take issue with that. I also have a question that I intended to ask of our police officers, but we didn't have that meeting as was requested. We have already amended, and someone even actually noted during the public portion about littering and hazardous materials litter. No one cares about the wrappers of Tasty Cakes or something. We're talking about needles. We already amended our littering ordinance to include stricter penalty or definition for essentially like hazardous material litter. Have we ever used that section of code that we changed in a citation? Because it's certainly already illegal. We changed a code already to make it more illegal. So, does anyone know if we ever...
For the purpose of habitation is the camping, like camping paraphernalia includes all of those items, but under the section right under O2 is camping, or camping means to pitch, erect, or occupy camp facilities, or to use the camp for the purpose of habitation. So I don't think that people normally that are relaxing in their hammock in a park are using it for the purposes of habitation. So there's that limiting factor on all of those items. It doesn't mean that if you have one of those items that somehow you're violating the law.
I think that's a gray area. The purpose of habitation as evidenced by the use of camp paraphernalia. But again, this body was already asked not that long ago to amend Article 523 of Code with litter, and we made that a stronger penalty because we really wanted to crack down on needle litter, which I want to crack down on as much as anyone. I've got a garage full of them right now, and I've never injected anything except a fertility drug. But we're not using what we already have at our disposal, so I don't know why we would assume that we are going to use these things. I mean, during the public portion, I did not hear anyone say, I don't want to see someone with their eyes closed. I heard people bring up drug dealing, substance abuse, vandalism, littering, breaking and entering, graffiti, defecation. These are all things that we already have restrictions on. And we actually already have restriction on camping at most of the places that we're talking about. Again, I don't know if we're not enforcing what is on the books now, I don't know what we think, we as a body, I don't know how we expect our police who are short-staffed and underappreciated to do more. I would rather them use their time addressing these things that are actual crimes, like breaking and entering, and littering, and vandalism, and drug dealing, than where someone has a blanket and falls asleep. We do refer to MPD General Order 339 in this ordinance several times, and I had questions, as someone asked us to address during the public portion. In 115707, says each day a violation continues is a new violation, but our MPD General Order 339 says that we will give people notice. So I don't know how we can, in one policy, say we give people 48 hours notice or 14 days notice, depending on how long they've been camping, and then we're going to say that each day a violation continues is a separate offense. That doesn't make any sense to me. I have a lot of questions for, I guess the manager, he's here, the judge isn't here, but the manager's here. 115707 Part F, where we talk about the city manager will retain a third party experienced in the treatment of mental health and substance abuse issues to develop and manage the alternative sentencing established by this subsection no later than the effective date of this article. What is that going to look like? Who are we going to contract with, and are we able to get that set up in 30 days?
I can't tell you if we can set that up. I certainly haven't made any efforts to this point until council passes this ordinance, but I have spoken to, there are several organizations that provide that service through the county, for instance, and certainly we've talked with individuals at the county level about the possibility of either marrying those services or contracting for those same services. So there are opportunities out there for that to happen, but I certainly need to explore that.
Okay.
Can I follow up on and just ask a question? So I wonder, just as was talked about before, in need of treatment for substance abuse or mental health. So I don't know if anybody here has ever had a clientele that they've tried to get mental hygienes on. It's incredibly difficult, and I just wonder how this interacts with the law and people's ADA rights, given that we're just kind of blanket saying we can put this other this alternative sentencing, like, I would imagine the judge would have to then have a pretty intimate understanding of like how to sentence somebody so that they're not violating their ADA rights, perhaps. I'm not sure. That's a question for the attorney. Sorry.
I'll be happy to look into that. I'm not familiar with that requirement. I think as drafted, it's not the judge would not be imposing a sentence. Whatever the program is that's to be set up by the manager is supposed to implement that, but obviously that's to be determined. So I'll be happy to look into that question and get back to you on it.
In 115703, where we talk about unlawful camping on any street, I've spoken to, well, I don't want to call anyone specifically on staff out, but I've spoken to people who are in the know of our current laws, and A, on any street can be addressed with our rule against impeding movement in a right-of-way. any park or trail. We are already using that. That is in place and actively enforced. Any public property, improved or unimproved, I'm told that we have the ability to label any piece of public property as closed to the public if we don't want it in use for anything. So I don't understand the usefulness of this. It seems like another thing that we are going to waste hours and hours and hours on, because if you think that the public portion today was long and onerous, wait until it's a public hearing and there's no time limit on a speaker. And this is me telling everyone, during a public hearing, there is no time limit on a speaker if you stay on topic. We heard a lot about short-term versus long-term solutions, and I hear Councilor Celine mentioning a lot of long-term solutions, saying this is what we're going to work towards, more shelter, and that's really great. That's what we've been pushing for. But the short-term solution is not a ban. The short-term solutions are things that we've talked about, like providing lockers, restrooms, opening our emergency shelter. I do, and I wrote this in quotes, I don't remember who said it, but we are passing the buck onto police because we don't have any of these things in place right now, and we're looking at our police force and saying, they'll figure it out. They'll just figure it out. Like, people won't be there anymore. We all just came back from Huntington, or a lot of us did, and you all were sitting at a table with me when I asked other mayors, like, they all came over and said, oh, how about Morgantown, right? And I'm like, yeah, how about Morgantown? And they say, I don't know, we're not doing this, this doesn't work, we've looked at it, it doesn't work, there are things that will work, there are things that can be done to address some of these things. I don't know how many experts or other elected officials or anyone we have to talk to know that another rule that doesn't do anything is not going to do anything. But I'm happy to continue chatting with any other comments. I think that is, I had a lot of notes when I came into the meeting, and then I made a ton of notes while people were speaking, and I made a note that someone said that, you know, people should be strong enough to get help on their own. They have to want it. They have to, like, I don't know. I go back to the lady who brought her daughter, and, you know, my parents struggled a lot as I was a child. They had their own issues and poverty, and I don't want my son to have to deal with those things just because it was tough on me. I've made a better way, and I don't understand why we can't find a better way. It's short-sighted, and it's morally wrong. I just can't fathom this. And that's not because I want people camping everywhere. Like, there's just already rules in place that deal with all of the activities that are what we're actually getting complaints about. And things will get worse. We put the ban in place. Right now, we don't see tents on the street. We're going to. Mark my words. We will start seeing tents on the street because they are going to start pushing and trying to get the police force to say or do something wrong so that we can be sued more easily. I think we're going to be sued either way. But they are going to push the limits to open us up. So we don't see tents on the street right now. We will.
You haven't heard of it?
No, just discussion.
Say call the question, but hold on for a second.
The question caller is not here.
We're waiting for Christine.
I appreciate that this issue was brought up. I was reluctant to bring it up, and I appreciate the intention with which it was brought up. I appreciate that we have talked to different police officers about backing them up and making sure that they had the tools that they needed to deal with the issues as they actually are. I think that we are at a point in our downtown and a point in our neighborhoods adjacent to the downtown and near our high school where we need to address these issues, and this includes camping, and camping in and of itself has caused a huge amount of anxiety, a huge amount of trash, separate from WVU trash, separate from other kinds of trash, and that people have been in distress, not able to enjoy their trail, their downtown, their adjacent areas, some of the areas that are public and are not park property. And that this fills in some of the loopholes that have been discussed when we're talking about how to make sure that we are taking care of our downtown and taking care of all of our citizens. I don't think that we are cruel. I don't think that we are wanting to hurt anyone. I think that this is a group that every single one here cares about people who are in distress and wants them to have the help that they need. When people tell me that somebody has to not have housing, if we're trying for a housing first model, and that people say someone may not accept housing for half a year or more, they can have a lot of trauma about being outside and being vulnerable to whatever happens when they're outside and they're not in a place that has the rules that some of our other places have. That people are vulnerable to assault, they are vulnerable to having their things taken, and it's not the best place for people.
They're also vulnerable to sexual assaults, and people are dying. There's quite a few overdose deaths underneath the bridge in these encampments.
Please, no yelling from the audience. Thank you.
Just wanting to say that this is with good intention, that the things that are listed in the first paragraph are the things that we're thinking about. And people could see the mounds of trash that our public works have to deal with that are directly related to encampments, they would be appalled. It's a difficult, problematic issue that this is one of the ways that we can address it, and I'm sure that there are a lot of other ways that we can address it that we can work on together.
Sure. So you say it addresses that. I just want to know how it addresses that. It doesn't.
By regulating camping.
It does not get people off the street.
My interest is in keeping the city in a position that it is still capable of taking care of these people. Not chasing people away from our downtown, from our businesses, causing difficulties, people not wanting to live here. You get the calls, I get the calls, about the difficulties people are having with the population that we're dealing with. We somehow need to set parameters, make it so that it's not encouraged. I don't want to punish anybody, but I don't certainly want to enable anybody either.
Who's encouraging people to be homeless?
Even if someone sleeps in a shelter,
I asked
they
the
could still
questions and
overdose
you
under
just-
a bridge.
Whatever.
Like, ignore it.
Oh, yeah, somebody, if you offer somebody a hand and they refuse to take it. Now you're playing games.
If that's true, then why did we not approve the ordinance I just asked for? If you're saying that the purpose of this is to make sure, then why did we just not approve that amendment I just proposed? If you're saying that, like, the whole problem is just people refusing
Because you put that
shelter.
amendment in there, it doesn't mean you're going to vote for this. You know damn well you're not going to.
Sure, but it would be a better ordinance. I know it's going to pass either way, Bill.
You think it's
I
going to
want
be
to
a better
protect
ordinance.
people.
I don't necessarily believe that.
Okay, sure, and that's why we vote against it. But
That's not
I'm
trying to say
asking
it's
you.
about getting
But
people
what I'm
in
asking
shelter.
you to do is explain your position, and no, people
just
are
did.
refusing to do. You said that it's going to get people off the street.
No,
and I asked you
I
how.
said it's going to offer them a hand. And
Okay,
And what I'm looking
asking
to
you
do is
how.
take care of the city so that we can be in a position to take care of them. That's what I said.
And I'm asking you how this achieves that goal, and how there's not a million other things that we could have been doing that could have achieved that goal.
The million
Better.
other things that a lot of other people could be doing that now
Sure.
all of a sudden they're paying attention to.
So you're, okay.
This gives one more tool.
It's
If there are
it's
no
one more roadblock is what it is.
There are no more comments. And I think we've had our discussion.
I think we have. You've been very patient.
We can call the question.
On the original
Yes.
motion.
What are we voting on?
The
The
No,
ordinance.
on the ordinance.
Original ordinance. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I know. Then we know how to work.
Bill Kolecki,
Yes.
Weezy Michael,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine,
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull,
No.
Dave Harshbarger,
Yes.
Brian Butcher,
No.
Mayor Buganim,
No. Passes 4-3. Moving on. Consideration of approval of a resolution authorizing financial support for the Mon County Development Authority Richwood redevelopment project. And Russ, you the one that's going to tell us about this?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
You may want to wait a moment.
Okay.
Actually, wait.
Anybody want a restroom break?
All right, so let's take a break. I want to ask you a question.
Stretch.
What'd you do?
Makes sense. So, yeah, oh yeah, so that shouldn't hit that.
Yeah.
Yes, Bill, we're not to hit our mics because it makes sounds in the back. That's it.
Hi, Russ. We started at 8 a.m. together, and
Yeah.
here we are at 11.
That's right. We did.
Look, 4:11.
All right, so tell us
That
about
meeting,
this
that meeting was
resolution.
much more fun, though. Okay.
Yes, yes. Tonight, I'm here to talk to you about the MCDA, the Mon County Development Authority's request for your assistance in our refinancing package related to the Richwood Development Project. As you know, we've been discussing this and working on this since 2020. So, but what I'm excited about is this refinancing package will allow us to actually launch the development itself. It'll give us 2 years of financing. We have, thankfully to you all, the zoning in place. Thankfully to the city, we have the demolition under contract, soon to get started. It will be completed in February. And with this refinancing now, that allows the developer of the project to get started with seeking contracts and plans to build above-ground structures on the property, which is the ultimate goal of what we all want to accomplish. Redevelopment in the Richwood area, we're estimating it could go as high as $100 million worth of investment in that area, and it would provide connectivity as well as B1 type retail services to residents of the property, but also the surrounding area. And so this last hurdle of refinancing is really why I'm here this evening. The bank has required that we have $1 million in reserve funds in order to get this refinancing project approved. And these funds would be in reserve and only needed if we're not making any sales beyond a year from the date of refinance. Just know that we also have an agreement that if we do not have a sale by the end of that, then we would certainly be moving in a different direction with that project. So the goal is not to utilize these funds. However, we must have them on file. In order to ask for your $500,000 commitment to that fund, we're also willing to give up a first on our 68 Commerce Park property, which is approximately 90 acres of land. It is valued at $1.7 million by a recent appraisal. That's with its current state, not what its finished state would be. As a finished property, obviously would be worth much more, but we can only deal with what we have today. So in return for you assisting us with this, these funds in reserve, we're giving you that first on that property. We'll be asking the county for the same thing tomorrow, and that's how we'll get to the $1 million. And they too would have a first on that property as well. That keeps the 68 Commerce Park as a publicly controlled and owned piece of property, which we also believe is advantageous for us all. So with that tonight, I'm respectfully here to ask that you approve moving forward with the $500,000 to help the Mon County Development Authority obtain refinancing on the property and allow us to move forward with the actual development.
Thank you.
Good.
Yay!
It's good news. It's very good news.
Sorry. We needed some kind of a comic relief at that moment.
So I'm glad you brought it up because I went to the assistant city manager during our little break and asked about the airport Commerce Park property that we had discussed. What essentially are you offering up just for public awareness and clarification?
So currently there are 90 acres of property adjacent to the airport that is part of the runway extension. The soils and rocks as a part of that property are being used for the extension of the runway to build the subground up high enough to be able to pave the runway another 1,000 feet. That's an arrangement we've had for the past 10 years. That also has been a longer journey than any of us planned on, but that is underway. And when the excavation is done on that property, we will have around 54 usable acres of land that we plan on having it to be a business/industrial park where we'll be able to bring companies in with jobs and investment inside the city limits. And it being adjacent to the airport, the proximity to I-68, we know that's a very attractive piece of land when that's available. So as the Development Authority has gone to exhaustive measures to go this far on this project, we have depleted our cash. And so we do own properties, and that was one piece of property that we most definitely wanted to preserve for its intended use. And this is one way of doing that.
And since the city and the county are each contributing an equal amount to the reserve fund, would that be like a three-way agreement? Like the first on that property, who gets the first for us? Is it us?
It would be a joint. It would be a joint first. And if I get legally out of bounds here, let me know. But the concept would be that you'd have joint ownership of the property. And that would be actually advantageous to the development of it, quite frankly.
Well, we want Ridgewood to go forward.
We want them to develop it.
So we're going to do everything we can within our influence to make sure that the Richwood project is successful. If it isn't, this secures our investment. That's all.
Certainly.
We always have to deal with worst-case scenarios that we hope never see.
Ridgewood project's been a long time. I'm ready to listen to what the worst-case scenario is.
Yeah, well, it's important we protect you and in the county in this endeavor. You've been very generous partners and helpful, and this has been, we would not be here today without the collaboration and the cooperation we've had from you and the county and WVU, and so we've all been in this together. I'm pleased to say I believe this is the last hurdle to overcome to seeing success at that project, and otherwise I wouldn't be here in front of you today with this ask.
So the next steps that we can look forward to are?
So, again, thanks to the handling of the whole demolition bids and using pay-as-you-go funds to be able to do that. We do plan on having a celebration on Thursday at 2 o'clock. We're calling that a demo celebration. Would love to have each and every one of you out there. This is really also an opportunity to thank our partners and the efforts to get to where we are today. This is a momentous occasion because with the structures down and with the financing in place, we have a developable piece of property. And that's when you get into contracts and leases and you're able to see what this work's all been about, and that is what's going to be above the ground and adding value to the community and hopefully a place that we all are proud of.
When is this again?
Thursday at 2 o'clock.
This Thursday at 2?
Yes, ma'am. And it's quick, I know.
No, that's fine.
Quick is good.
It's fall, and there's a lot going on, and we really want to be able to start talking publicly about this project.
Are you going to knock a building down?
Can we?
That probably wouldn't. Brian would probably have a stop going that far, but we will simulate such activity.
Is that over on Richwood Avenue?
Yes.
The corner where the...
Yeah, you'll see signage out. It's actually what, 451?
Yeah, 420 is Prospect.
Oh, Prospect, okay, right at the end of Arnold Hall. Okay.
Right. You'll see a track code and signs and we'll have
Golden
the...
sledgehammers.
Yes, we'll have the golden sledgehammers there.
Any kind of scissors?
No, that'll be for later.
Okay.
We'll obviously have the first project groundbreaking. We'll definitely celebrate this project as it moves forward. But this really, without the demolition and that being in essence raw land, is very difficult to actually launch any contractual or development plans to do what's really what we're all about, and that is the development.
Have any of the structures come down yet?
No. There will be 57 structures, I believe, in the bid. There will be one structure remaining. That will be the Ridgewood Grill, the old Ridgewood Grill, the red building with the best view in the area. And we have plans for that as well to be addressed in the future. But
Taking that down or leaving it up? Or who knows?
currently, I would say probably taking it down. But we've got a lot of structures to get down before we are concerned with that.
Good job. Nice.
Either way, we just want this thing going.
Right. So please come Thursday at 2 o'clock, regardless. We're going to do that, and that'll be a huge plus as we move forward.
The neighborhood will be very excited.
Yeah, we hope so. Yes. It'll look different. I guarantee you that. All right.
Thank you. Thanks you.
We have a motion. We did?
First and
Okay.
Good. Oh, Val. Jeez.
We see Michael.
Yes. I'm gonna have to get a wet noodle for that man.
Deputy Mayor Celine.
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull.
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger.
Yes.
Brian Butcher.
Yes.
Mayor Buchanan?
Yes. Passes 7-0. And last item we have is a consideration of approval of an authorizing resolution to accept 4 federal grants for the runway extension project. Kim,
I can
city
take that.
manager, do you want to?
There are four major grants that add up to approximately $9.1 million for the airport expansion, runway expansion at the airport. Grant 053 is for $1 million, and that's a federal share. All of these require match from the city. Those matches have already been accounted for and budgeted for in our capital improvement plan. So, but this simply gives us the authority to go ahead and execute the documents to draw these dollars down. Grant number 054 is for $6.3 million. Grant 055 is for $464,590, and Grant 056 is for approximately $1.4 million. So you can see that with the match, this is a $10.1 million project towards moving the runway project forward.
Was this resolution provided to us? Because I don't have it.
I'm sorry?
We don't have the resolution.
I can't vote on something I haven't read.
Oh, okay.
It's not on the agenda anyway.
I think you
Well, it
received
was
it
on the
today.
amended
Did we just get it?
agenda, but it's not in the packet.
Oh, you never
It
received
wasn't.
that. Well, that's a good one. Would you like me to forward it to you?
Heather
I'm
sent
sorry.
Heather sent it.
The concern is that the FAA is needing those documents back as quickly as we can. Do you know what the timeline is on that, Ryan?
One needs to be accepted by August 31st. I think the others need to be accepted by early September. The resolution doesn't specify any terms of the grant agreements. The grant agreements themselves have the funding terms and conditions. The resolution just authorizes the city manager to execute those agreements.
Can you tell me when Heather sent it?
At least in my inbox, I don't have anything from her.
No.
I don't see it either, but we just received it today.
How did you get on so late?
What's the 20?
Kim, what's the percent match in total amount that we've budgeted for out of capital?
The total match? Let me get that for you.
Generally 20%.
It's
This is
just over $1 million.
One
It's
of
a
them is-
10% match. It's
10%?
just about $1 million.
$1,017,000.
So you're saying one of them is the 21st, like tomorrow?
31st.
Pardon?
31st.
He said
The 31st, yes.
The 31st.
Yeah. Once again, those matching funds have been already budgeted for, and we anticipated this. We just hadn't been formally awarded these grants.
Do you all feel comfortable voting on this now? Do we want to have a special meeting on the
We just got it.
27th?
We just got it. If people want to look at it. It's very simple. Well, Christine just sent it to us.
Okay. So you feel comfortable
I do.
voting on it?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
It's very simple.
But it says the enclosed grant agreements, and there's
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
enclosed. So,
The agreements were in the packet.
what? Where?
They were in the original packet.
Oh my God. Were they in the amended packet? Because I just started
Yes.
looking at the amended packet.
Well, can't be any more simple than what, a paragraph?
Yeah, it just doesn't have the attached grants, like Danielle was saying, Bill.
We're going to turn down money.
I don't think that's advisable. It took a lot of work that we all knew about to get here.
I just don't vote on things that I haven't read, so you all can pass it. I'm just going to be a, I haven't seen it, so no.
That's all right. You can,
We've been working on
You
these
could do
grants
that.
for a long time. It would be a good thing to pass.
It'd be a good thing to have a full packet.
So did we do a motion on that?
I make a motion.
Second.
Who made the
Okay.
second?
and I'll call for the question.
Okay, Bill Koecki,
Yes.
Weezy Michael,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine,
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull,
No.
Dave Harshbarger,
Yes.
Brian Butcher,
Yes.
Mayor Buganim,
Yes. Passes 6-1. City Manager's Report.
Two of the items, my thunder was stolen, one by Russ and one by the mayor. I was going to introduce Brad Riffey and just express, we're just thrilled to have him. We've been waiting a long time to get him in that seat, so. Make sure to use him anytime, and I've instructed our staff the same, that anytime you represent the city formally, it really needs to be vetted right, so that you're not having to retract, and I'm not having to retract, and that's his job. And if you'll remember when Andrew was here, all of that information was funneled and vetted by that department. That's the purpose of the department. The last thing I need to report, and Councilor Michael will really appreciate this, is the North Street improvement is set to start in 2 months.
2 months?
2 months.
Thank you.
So that is moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
That's a terrible, that's really a terrible situation.
Yeah, that
I'm
road
really
is
glad
bad.
to see that going through.
Which one? What?
North Street.
Where
Yeah,
they- they almost
that's
hit-
been waiting for a while.
Yes, it has.
But
So
it's a big project,
It's
so.
moving forward, so. That's all I have, thank you.
All right. Report from our city clerk.
First off, I want to say, Mayor Abu, after listening to you read the ordinance to the zoning, I think you'd be a great auctioneer, listening to all those numbers.
She would know.
Amen.
Just a few things. The Fire Civil Service Commission met a couple weeks ago, and they have set the entry-level firefighter exam. Prior to that, they have set up 2 open houses. The first one is October 5th at 10:30 a.m., and that's at the North Side Fire Station. The second one is October 20th at 1 p.m. at the North Side Fire Station. The entry-level firefighter agility exam, because they are not on the same date like police. The agility exam is November 2nd at 9 a.m. at Northside Fire Station, and the entry-level firefighter written exam is on December 5th, 6 p.m., and that will be held at Defense in Depth. The Police Civil Service Commission met and have scheduled entry-level police officer exam, 2 of them. The next one will be October 5th, and that's at 9 a.m. And the next one will be March 15th of 25, entry-level police officer exam. They also scheduled our promotional exams for fire chief, fire captain, and fire lieutenant, and those will be November 6th, November 7th, and November 8th. I want to share that the Fire Civil Service Commission, they do anniversary milestone letters to our civil service, our firefighters who reach a milestone. And our firefighter, Devin Zarota, he just hit his 20-year mark, so we will be presenting that to him tomorrow, I believe. And then lastly, it was a long wait for these 3 firefighters. They took the agility exam in 2022, and they were just hired. So our list is is complete. And it's James Logan, Noah Quattro, and Scott McShane. It's their third week, I believe, starting as new firefighters. So congratulations to all of them. That concludes my report.
All right. Thank you. Report from our city attorney.
Meeting. It's held in conjunction with Municipal League meetings, so had the opportunity to see some of you there and see some of their sessions as well. Following up on your special meeting tonight, I'll work on preparing the proposed amendments to the charter, work on having those for your next committee of the whole meeting so the council can take action on those. Nothing else to report tonight.
All right. Council members. We'll start with Councilor Courtney.
Yeah, well, one non-controversial activity. The South Park Association of Neighbors is having their super sale this coming Saturday. I think there are in excess of 37 families, probably more still to come. You can find the ad in the newspaper, and I think it has a QR code that you can access the Google Maps so you can get around.
That's a great idea.
Thank you. I think so too. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Look familiar.
I mean, obviously, we've already done a lot of talking tonight, but I just wanted to say thank you to the city and to the county for coming up with the money to help Catholic Charities get the shelter open. And that's really all I wanted to say tonight. I'm done talking.
I think I've been talking enough as well. Let's keep it moving here.
I'll never pass up an opportunity. I have been working with the city clerk on some travel for city business, and we've run into a few issues with the city's travel policy that I think we should look at. One, we paid a registration because it's cheaper the earlier you do it, but then even though you're not traveling for 4 more months, like the entire travel authorization has to be done, so you have to have your flights booked in your hotel, but all of this stuff all at once. And it was very cumbersome for us to get all of that stuff together for a conference that I'm attending at the end of November. So yeah, it's one thing to have to pay. They said that they couldn't approve the charge for the registration fee if the entire travel authorization wasn't done and approved, so then she couldn't get the card paid, and it was a whole thing.
That's great.
Thank you. And also, I think that the flight policy may need a little refresher. I think that the way airlines do business, like charging for a seat selection and things like that, have changed. And it's become like I pay out of pocket to say which seat I'm going to sit in because the city considers that an upgrade, when we all know it's not really an upgrade. I took the cheapest seat available, but things like that. So I would like us to take a look at the city travel policy again and just see if there's a couple of ways that we can streamline that. While we're also discussing some city policies, I don't know about any of you, but the entire time I've been sitting here, I've been getting harassing text messages, and it is now after 11 p.m. We get messages in the middle of the night. We get phone calls in the middle of the night. I'm traveling next week on family stuff. Like, I think that we should look at getting council on the city cell phone plan, because we should have the ability to turn that off when necessary, and I've never personally thought it's fair that my personal cell phone number that I pay for is what is published on the city's website. I mean, certainly my address and things like that are out there anyways, but I do think that it, especially in today's political climate, things are very heated, and we should have the ability to kind of separate that some. And I know that the city allows us to get computer if we choose to, and I've never insisted on having the city spend that money, but I think I probably will, especially considering, as Tim was just saying earlier, like we have the Arctic Fox IT security trainings and things, and it's always like, keep your work and cell phone, or keep your work and private life separate, use different devices. So yeah, I think that that should go down to our phones as well, because I don't like getting calls at 2 a.m. when there's a bar downtown making too much noise. I will be traveling next week. As I have mentioned several times, I am out of town with my family on vacation. I will be trying my best to separate my personal and city life and turn some of those notifications off. I will say I'm very disappointed that an agenda item that was supposed to be on the meeting tonight got pushed without my prior knowledge. Several of us had asked to get an update from our Land Reuse and Preservation Agency, and I was included on emails where that was scheduled and confirmed, and then apparently behind my back, and I was out of the loop and left out of discussions where that had been pushed, delayed, to a meeting that I will not be in attendance at, that I had already said I would not be in attendance at. I think that it was unprofessional, and it really shows that there's a lack of communication and equality among council members around here. So very disappointed about that, but you know, based on how things go, I don't know. We've made a lot of terrible decisions as a body, and I think that we've always been civil, and we've always allowed time for discussion, and we have always made sure everyone's questions were answered, and I don't think that was done tonight, and this is the first time that I'm ashamed to be associated here.
All right.
Well, I'm not ashamed to be on council and make decisions that we make, and sometimes we all don't agree. The only update I have is with regards to MUB and the old Dinsmore tire plant and bike shop down along the Mon River was taken down. It's a brownfield site. It's now demolished, and that will become a future pump station area for an upgrade to the water supply intake at the Mon River. So that's nice to see, and hopefully it can even become part of a recreational access to the rail trail area. And that's all I got.
Thank you to the city for quickly responding to a concern we had about Western Avenue. I think the next day they were out there fixing it. Some people were complaining to me about it being closed down, but I was told them they were fixing it, so I think they were excited about that part. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to report. I too feel pretty disgusted by the way that we had conversation today. I'm ashamed to be a part of this. Hold stop. It's shameful to me that the second the Supreme Court says a long-standing right is struck down, we're like, okay, well, we'll go ahead and do this. I'm glad, you know, some states have not chosen to do that with women's right to choose and some other things, but we've seen what the Supreme Court has done to our country over the past few years, and we've decided to jump on that very extremist bandwagon. But I guess that's where we're at. Thank you.
All right. I don't have much to report. We'll probably just stop there, and I will.
Going to read it into. So pursuant to West Virginia State Code Section 69A4B12 to discuss matters protected by attorney-client privilege. Move to go into executive session.
Second.
All right.
Are we taking a break first?